Muy buenos días, molt bon dia a tothom. Bonjour.
Welcome to Andorra.
El turismo es uno de los
Tourism is one of the strategic sectors of the economy of most countries and represents a large part of GDP.
trabajo. Para poner algún
Just to give you an example, it produces a lot of jobs. Also, it represents almost 50% of GDP. We're an eminently tourist country, and that's about 10% as an average in other countries. This Congress is organized by the Ministry of Tourism, UN Tourism, and this year under the aegis of the municipality of Ancam. Now, we are bringing well-being or wellness back into the title of this as we talk about the World Congress of Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism, the 12th, in fact, edition. And it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you here. We have a large number of people all signed up for this, and we'd like to thank everybody and greet everybody who's following us on YouTube. 16 nationalities that will be following this Congress, between the speakers, authorities, all of the attendees, and everybody who's following us on the live stream. Andorra is working actively in mountain tourism, so to go faster, to make this a real driver of economic and inclusive and sustainable growth. Andorra, like other tourist destinations, is facing all sorts of challenges like seasonality, like global warming, like climate change, and so on. But this allows us to improve, diversify, and innovate and become more competitive as a tourist destination under the title that these wellness is a key to the tourist sector. We're looking at sustainability as a cross-cutting theme for diversification of products and the new technologies like artificial intelligence applied to this tourist sector. So now we've welcomed you. We want to pass to the opening ceremony, and I'd like to ask Natalia Bayona, Executive Director of UN Tourism, onto the stage. Ms. Laura Mas, Prime Minister of Andorra, and the Head of Government, Mr. Xavier Espot. So, this will be opened by Laura Mas, Prime Minister of our country. Thank you very much. Welcome to Andorra, Honourable Head of Government, Minister of Tourism and Commerce, Prime Minister, Executive Director of UN Tourism, international and national members, and all of you. Today we open this 12th World Congress of Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism, where we look at the challenges, difficulties and opportunities that we will be facing in the near future. It's a real pleasure to welcome you as the head of the municipality that hosts you. The organization by UN Tourism, the government, and to all of the people who've been working since the late 1990s to help make tourism the leading edge and the main axis of our economy. So it's a real pleasure and source of pride to welcome you to our municipality, to our land, to our country, and show how we want to build on a tourism that really does make the most of our cultural surroundings that define who we are. And this is what we want to do to enhance the enjoyment of our visitors. We have these glacier structures, Perafita, Claró, the routes where shepherds used to walk, which are now mountain walking and cycling tracks, and allowing people to train in our mountain areas, and of course the skiing offer, which really is absolutely the benchmark for this part of Europe and has been for many decades. There are many experiences of this parish that I represent and can offer you to make sure that you can achieve the best intangible that tourism can offer, which is happiness. We start 2 very intense working days. International and national speakers will be taking part in talks and roundtables to look at the challenges, the present and future challenges of tourism, and how consumer trends are moving around mountain tourism. We'll be looking at innovation and exchange of ideas to drive a more sustainable and responsible tourism, a boost which must come both from the public and the private sector. We have the opportunity over the next few days to have a very interesting forum for debate because of the fact that people are going to be talking about their own experiences. We'll be able to draw much more reliable conclusions about future trends. And Dora is betting on a very, very economically important sector for our economy. So we need to be able to look at future trends. Thank you very much for all of the preparation. Artificial intelligence is one of the themes of this Congress. It's coming more and more into the tourism industry. I think it's bringing about a revolution worldwide in all sectors. It cannot be argued that this is opening up the world. Boundaries are disappearing, and we need to be able to use AI in a careful way to help and optimize the management of resources, help tourists, and indeed make tourism safer and more secure. The implementation of artificial intelligence can really help us to make more of our natural resources, helping to reduce our carbon footprint and improve the experience of our visitors. It's very exciting to see how the tourist industry is becoming more and more sustainable thanks to the new technologies. But we have to make sure that we have a responsible and sustainable use, not only of nature, but also of these artificial intelligence tools. We do need to do that together. I, as someone from a mountain region, feel the need to protect our mountains. We have grown up surrounded by this protective elements, and we need to hand down the experience to the following generations as we had it handed down to us. And this is so important for our visitors. It helps to generate amazing and unique experiences thanks to water, snow, peace, wellness, and all of these things that we need to continue to protect. Tourism is a catalyst of prosperity. It helps to increase well-being and welfare. It helps to build the economy and put us on the map internationally. All of these things that UN Tourism has marked as a fundamental essence of the work. We have to face daily challenges as a society, and once again, this Congress will allow us to have a clear view of the future. As the host parish, I feel the temptation to give you a long list of all the things that you can do here and all the experiences you can live in Encam, Pas de la Casa, and across Andorra. In these areas, we've really extended our tourist offer so that we can offer something for tourists every day of the year. But I won't do that now. You've got 2 days to discover that firsthand. We are prepared to surprise you. What I do want to do before I conclude my words of welcome is to talk about a clear commitment that we've made from the parish and from the Principality, which is sport tourism. Encam and Pas de la Casa we've been working to become an international benchmark and organization of high-level sporting events and high-level amateur and professional sporting activities, and to promote an active lifestyle, which perfectly well fits in with this wellness issue, which is one of the planks of this Congress. I really am looking forward to listening to Alice Morrison, because the title of her talk is a very good summary and a very good encouragement to us, because we have opportunities and challenges to face. And finally, sustainable tourism, AI, mountain tourism and sporting tourism can make a significant contribution to protecting and preserving the environment, local economy, and an aware and responsible tourism. So let's make the most of this Congress to set out the pathway for the future. I'd like to thank the government of Andorra, the Minister of Tourism, the two sponsors, Andorra Telecom and FIAM, and the 7 municipalities or parishes of Andorra for organizing this forum so that we can receive you all. It's a great pleasure to receive you here in our country. Thanks to all the participants, the speakers, and all of your contributions. I'm sure you'll help us to become better and better as the days go by.
Gràcies a la cònsol major d'Encamp.
Thank you very much for the head of Encamp. And now we're going to listen to Natalia Bayona from UN Tourism.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, Mr. Xavier Espot Zamora, Prime Minister, Principality of Andorra, and Honourable Laura Mas, Mayoress of Encamp, and Minister Jordi, the Secretary of State of Spain. It's an honour to be here with you. Well, thank you very much for your decided support to tourism and to UN tourism. We are very proud of the close relationships we have with Andorra. Andorra, which has been a member since 1995, and which, of course, also hosts the UN Tourism Academy, with its more than 250 educational programs, which are given in more than 40 countries. For those of you know that how special and the passion I have personally for this issue of education, because there's no doubt in my mind, in a human sector like this one, where 50% of young people who work in tourism don't have specific skills or professional skills, education is a strategic key pillar to guarantee development of this sector. So thanks once more, Andorra, for being the host of the 12th edition of this Congress, a Congress which has been working together with us since 1998, and which was born with the aim of bringing all you here, both experts from different areas which are relevant for the promotion of tourism, competitiveness and infrastructure around tourism, of sea and mountain. And for 2024, it's happy to see that we've included wellness tourism now. So thanks to Encamp for being the host for sustainability and wellness, and this is a key for mountain tourism. Now, dear Minister, you have been a key for the leadership which Andorra has shown in this way forward to diversify mountain tourism, which is responsible, resilient and sustainable. And this is an example to be followed by everyone. I'd like to tell you that I was in the harbor of UN tourism. This happened. I had a meeting with the former president of my country in Colombia, and he asked me why I had he said, where are you going, Natalia, with your luggage? And I go to Andorra, I told him. And he said, it's a country which is a synonymous of stability, because we want to develop tourism and develop trust and these other values which guarantee that there is sustainable tourism. You need to come to Andorra. So Andorra, when we look at the figures, we have spectacular figures. We've not only recovered the visitors you had from before the pandemic, you've increased this by more than 30%. Andorra is part of the 10 best countries which have had the best recovery rate in this world. The second country in Europe, which has, after Albania, for example, the economy shows prosperity. And today we are within an industry which accounts more than 60% of the GDP, according to Visit Andorra. And we can see the arrival of travellers, which last year, we had 4 million last year, a 14% increase on the previous year, 2021. One of the things to be highlighted here in this government is everything related to with economic initiatives. Another of my great passions, i.e. investment. Tourism is not tourism without the private sector and without development. Private sector, now when I read the figures in Andorra, they are staggering figures because we have investment, 160% increase in investment in tourism. Of course, Spain is a leader here too, is a country I'm very, very proud of because it's been an international success, but it's also one of the great investors in tourism, and followed by France and Luxembourg. And indeed, in this forum, we're going to be sharing knowledge and information. But the most important thing here, we're going to be talking about something which has enabled Andorra to develop mountain tourism, i.e. sustainability and wellness. And here the minister talked about this. You have been successful to have a global sports innovation center powered by Microsoft. And okay, you also have MIT here in we have your CB Science Center of the MIT Science Lab. This is very, very good because Andorra thus is being innovative. It's number 22 on Western Europe and when we talk about startups and innovation. How good that Andorra has this amount of startups aimed at sports, and how good it is, Minister, you have your support in order to encourage these startups. I was saying that we have startups in tourism in Jordan, in Australia and the UK, which needs to look towards Andorra and follow your example. And indeed, this means that this is a special country. And for all these reasons, it's extremely important to be here today, every 2 years, making this commitment to mountain tourism. Now I'm going to start talking in English for those people who are here from the different countries, who from so many different European countries. You come from different countries, and now I'm going into English.
Andorra will be the capital of mountain tourism. The Congress is another step towards growing back better. Together, we can deliver the benefits of tourism on the ground, create new opportunities for mountain areas, and have a positive impact on people and nature. The mountains are home of 1,100 million people worldwide. And you know pretty well that tourism is tourism thanks to the people and to our natural resources. These are challenging times. Of course, we have climate change, our relationship with the nature, with social inequalities, economic and geopolitical issues. In these times of uncertainty, resilience enables communities to move forward and survive. Tourism is a lifeline for many communities in mountain tourism. At the same time, it can play a leading role in protecting these important ecosystems. It can provide new opportunities for conservation and development. In 2022, we celebrated the International Year for Sustainable Mountain Development. From these, the United Nations declared 2023 until 2027 as 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions. It recognized the importance of mountains in the world. We are very happy that this Congress is organized in the framework of this United Nations declaration. And according to a study made jointly by FAO and UN Tourism, mountain tourism represents between 9 and 16% of international arrivals. Translating into numbers, it's almost 400 million travelers in 2019. So here in Andorra, key areas for development of sustainable mountain tourism will be addressed. I trust that this Congress will help us towards a better, more innovative, inclusive, sustainable growth for people, planet, and prosperity. So, dear all, tourism is always adapting and reinventing itself. And today, we have a lot to do. When I saw the program, I loved it, to be honest, and I saw, as I was mentioning before, people from Andorra, Greece, Switzerland, Spain, Hungary, Austria, France, Italy. So it's incredible because, of course, Europe, as all of you know, accounts for 54% of tourism. So it's incredible to have you all here having these type of conversations. So I just want to end wishing you an inspiring and productive Congress. Thank you to all of you who made this effort possible. Y mil gracias nuevamente, Andorra, por esa.
Thank you, Andorra, for your hospitality. We are here because this is like being at home, and we feel very much at home. Thank you very much indeed.
Muchas gracias a la señora Bayona y es momento.
Thank you, Ms. Bayona. And now we're going to listen to the head of the government, Mr. Xavier Espot, Prime Minister. Mares, Executive Director, Minister of Tourism Commerce, Secretary of State of Tourism Spain, distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the Principality of Andorra for this 12th edition of the World Congress of Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism. I'd like to thank, of course, the municipalities of the Principality of Andorra for their involvement, especially the Comú del Camp, host of this year's edition. Of course, the Ministry of Tourism and Commerce, and, of course, the World Tourism Organization, also represented here. I'd also like to thank the WTO, which Andorra joined in 1996, for its invaluable support, for continuing to trust in our country to hold this Congress and give us this opportunity to debate, to share and exchange knowledge that can only enrich and improve us as a country, but not us, but of course all the participating countries. What started out as a meeting to constitute a permanent forum for debate on the development and sustainability of tourism in mountain areas has gradually become international and has also become a meeting point and a point of reference, a benchmark, if you like, for professionals from the sector worldwide. This year, the theme of the Congress concerns how to adapt the sector to the demands of the new traveller with sustainability and well-being as the keys to mountain tourism. This issue, of course, directly affects the Principality of Andorra, our country, as a mountain country, and the tourism sector as one of the main drivers of its economy, as you well know. As you also know, one of the sectors most affected by COVID-19 was tourism. Global and national restrictions and border closures, mandatory quarantines, reduced travel dramatically in 2020 and 2021. Many businesses related to tourism, such as hotels, restaurants, travel agencies, suffered as significant economic losses. How could we forget? In our case, of course, the consequences were even more serious, and the situation required the government to adopt a series of economic and social measures which were unheard of for a small country with socio-economic dynamics that very often have little to do with those of the countries, the surrounding area. Added to all this, of course, was the uncertainty of how the sector would rebound after the pandemic. But after more than 2 years of what we could call full normality, as Bayona was telling us just now, the reactivation of tourist demand, the rebound, particularly local tourism, has clearly contributed to the improvement of the sector to the point that we have reached figures which, in fact, are even higher than the pre-pandemic period. Just to give you an idea, last year, 9.3 million people visited our country, and there were almost 12 million overnight stays. Now, these are very encouraging figures because this sector generates thousands of jobs. But when we talk about there's only 85,000 inhabitants in our country, and to be able to welcome 9.3 million people who are not as used as we are to hearing that may think, oh my goodness, how can you cope? But we do. So this is very encouraging because the sector generates thousands of jobs and has a very important weight in the national GDP. However, these figures also point to the urgent and unavoidable need to move gradually towards a sustainable-based tourism model. And of course, we need to debate it widely on how to move towards the delicate balance between the quantity and the quality of the tourism that should allow us to ensure its future continuity, both economically, environmentally, and indeed culturally, and taking into account the well-being of the residents, the citizens of Andorra. And this links up to the subject of today's Congress, this fragile environment like ours, the mountain environment. Therefore, all of us who play any role in this sector, whether from the public sector like myself or from the private sector, have to contribute to ensuring that the economic benefits and profits generated by tourism are not diminished or offset by the negative impacts on the environment and on society. A tourism that respects nature and culture economically and socially strengthens the territories where it takes place and guarantees the integrity of the resources as we look to the future. And even more importantly, tourism should not be perceived as a problem, but as part of the solution to the great challenges of the 21st century, particularly climate change, of course, which is the huge problem, that and the energy development. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last few years, Andorra has made significant progress in terms of tourism to guarantee the highest quality standards. Proving the quality of the tourism sector means complementing the traditional offer in the country with new projects. And this should provide us with a more competitive and innovative, more resilient sector. Our tourism model is also synonymous with the environment and with wellness. On the one hand, because the tourism that we welcome, both in winter and summer, coexists with nature, either to go skiing or to go to our magnificent mountains in the summer. And that's why it's so necessary to promote sustainable tourism, which is essential, which is indispensable for a country that bases its sector on the use and respect of nature. And that's why the government understands the concept of tourism, and I think this fits in very well with the leitmotif of this Congress, in a very broad sense. For us, tourism also means social cohesion, the increase in the population during the winter season to be able to cope and meet the great demands for the workforce is a very good culture to be able to open the Andorra society to other cultures and to the world. Some of the initiatives that have been put into operation, such as the implementation in the last few years of the tourist tax or studies on the load flow capacity of the tourism sector, are precisely intended to improve the quality of the sector. So more sustainable and higher quality tourism, as we said. At the same time, the Ministry of Tourism is also working on the tourism bill, the tourism law, to strengthen the mechanisms for the conservation and protection of our tourist attractions, and particularly a lever for this quality and sustainable tourism we want for the future. Above and beyond these measures, there are more concrete ones that clearly aim to enhance the value of the territory and nature. I'm not going to give you a big long list at this stage, but I would like to mention Andorra's collaboration with National Geographic. That is a paradigmatic case of cooperation as we look specifically to strengthening this vision of sustainable tourism. Also, the synergies between the Ministries of Tourism and the Environment, or the candidacy that we've been working on for years for Andorra to become the first country fully recognized as a UNESCO biosphere reserve. All these actions respond to the need to find a balance, strike this delicate balance between landscape conservation and development. This is one issue that our country is very clear about, or certainly should be very clear about, because 90% of the territory involves natural spaces protected by the law. And we don't mention this often enough, I think, but 90% of the territory is protected by the law on the conservation of the natural environment, biodiversity and the landscape, which is a law inspired on the best practices and qualities of the Berne Convention, the European Convention on Landscape, and the Convention on biodiversity, all of which have been ratified by the Principality of Andorra. And let me round off by saying that I'm sure that during these 2 days of the Congress, we'll be able to delve much deeper into some of these ideas and so many more. I hope the sessions will allow us all to talk about our good practices, and I hope that we can also hear and learn from the best practices of all the participants. And I very much hope sessions will be of great interest to all participants, and that together we can all find new perspectives on the present and the future of tourism. Welcome to you all. I hope you enjoy the parish of Encamp and the parish of Andorra la Vella, where we are, and the Principality of Andorra. Thank you very much indeed, and enjoy your Congress.
Moltes gràcies al...
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, and the three representatives here. Before, could you come forward so we have an official photograph just before you leave the room? Thank you very much. So, thank you very much again to Madam Laura Mas, Mr. Natalia Bayona, and Mr. Prime Minister Spot for these opening remarks of this World Mountain and Snow Tourism 2024. Now let's begin the meeting proper. We're doing now with Alice Morrison, who's an adventurer, TV presenter and author, currently residing in the High Atlas Mountains in Morocco. She's also a well-known narrator, and she works with Telegraph, Financial Times, National Geographic, as well as other media. She is going to present something called Our Marvelous Mountains, Opportunities and Challenges. So we'd like to welcome Alice Morrison and give her the floor.
Buenos días. Lo siento.
Thank you very much. I don't speak Catalan or Spanish, so...
I'm sorry that I don't speak Spanish or Catalan, but it's my great honor and pleasure to be with you here today. And I am going to give you some general thoughts on our marvelous mountains. I know I'm in a room full of mountain lovers, mountain-likers, and I want to talk about the opportunities and challenges. As you can see, I'm here with a camel, who you don't often see in the mountains. I'm an adventurer. I do big adventures. I cycled from Cairo to Cape Town. I ran around Everest very slowly. And I've walked from Mauritania to the Mediterranean with 6 camels. So I do big adventures, and then I write about them. I do TV shows about them. And I have done many adventures in the mountains, and I am watching and seeing how our world is changing from walking or cycling or running. So from a very small perspective, but doing very long journeys. And I hope to share some of that with you. I hope to share some of that with you. I want to, excuse me, can we? It's not working? This is my home. This is my terrace. As you can see here, I live in a very small community in the heart of the Atlas Mountains of Morocco. Has anyone been to Morocco? 1, 2, Oh, a lot. Excellent. Well, I'm in the Atlas Mountains, and this is what I see every morning, the mosque, and then 3,000-meter peaks. My community relies very heavily on tourism. We're at the base of Mount Toubkal, North Africa's highest mountain, 4,167 meters, and tourism has transformed the village I live in completely. It has brought prosperity. People can now afford healthcare, they can afford dentists, their children are being educated, and they have a better standard of living. So I have seen all the benefits that mountain tourism can bring to a community. But I will also say to you that I have seen some of the negatives. I see tourists come in from the West, and they do not respect either the mountains or the people. The girls come, they wear shorts, they wear small tops. It's a very Muslim community. This is very disrespectful. People come in, they say, I want to eat meat, I want to eat chicken, I want to eat protein. When the people here, they eat meat maybe once a week. So I think what I would say to you as well is it's so important that when we bring people to the mountains, we also help them understand the community they come to. I was looking at pictures of Andorra from, I don't know, maybe 50 years ago, when you had mules and donkeys. This is where the Atlas Mountains is now. And you have changed completely here. Europe has changed fundamentally, but it is important to safeguard the traditions of our mountain people. So I'd like to talk to you about what mountain activities you have. So here you can see hiking, mountain biking, ice climbing, skiing, spa and wellness, bird watching, yoga, wildlife, mountain gorillas, and of course, huge events like UTMB. So can you stand up if your main source of income or your main interest is snow? Can you stand up? Stand up, please. 1, 2, 3. Very few. Is your main interest wellness, spas? Can you stand up? Oh my goodness, is it hiking? Someone give me a clue. It seems to me that in the mountains we have a variety of things we can do. But at this time we are facing severe challenges. Lots of opportunity, but I think we all know that there are lots of difficulties. 2 reasons for mountain tourism. There are only 2 reasons in my mind. One is to share the mountains with people, to show them the glory of where we live and work. And the second reason is to benefit the mountain communities. I love this part. Here we go. So the current scenario, you're going to hear today from experts, statisticians, people who can tell you much more than I can about the figures. But it is interesting. So in 2019, before Corona, of course, 16% of international tourist arrivals worldwide were in the mountains. 1.1 billion people live in the mountains. That seemed like a very high figure to me. And if you look at it, if you have 375 million visitors, then you have 1 visitor for every 3 people who live there. Higher value people in the mountains. Because obviously I walk and I have a tent, so I don't bring a lot of money to a mountain economy. Whereas if I stay at a beautiful spa, have massage, facials, go skiing, buy all the clothes, then I bring a lot more value. And I think it's really important to be honest about what you want from your visitors. So I want to talk about 2 different things here. Can you believe that Corona was only 4 years ago? Unbelievable. This was this is in Japan, when they were praying to the deities to stop Corona and make it go away, which of course they did. But during that time, there was an advantage. We saw an incredible upsurge in people walking outside, doing sports daily, and in wellness, in buying wellness products, there was a surge in people buying outdoor clothing, even if they were just walking in London or in Paris or in Barcelona. So this is something that we witnessed. The question I have, and I'm sure it will be answered during this Congress, is has that continued? Because many of the lessons we learned during Corona, I know I've forgotten already. When did you last sanitize your hands? I haven't for months. So I think, did that continue, and how can we exploit it? And I want to tell you the story of this lady here, Trini, London. Does anyone use her makeup in this room? She's quite a British brand. Yes. So the reason I'm talking to you about Trini is it's a very interesting marketing lesson. Her business exploded during Corona. When she started, everyone said, you're a woman in her 50s, makeup is a saturated market, you have no chance of success, you're going to fail. She put her house up for mortgage, she got money from her friends and family, and she was determined. She did an incredibly clever thing, and I think this is something, honestly, that mountain marketing still does not do. She got 200 ordinary women, all different, young and beautiful, old and wrinkled, people who'd had plastic surgery, people who were completely natural. She got 200. She took them into her own kitchen in her home, so she made it personal, and she videoed them having a makeover with her makeup, and she put it online. TikTok, Instagram Reels, Facebook, YouTube. And it exploded because every single one of those 200 women looked like another woman in the world. If you look at skiing advertising or spa or yoga advertising, what do you get? You get a young, beautiful, white, blonde woman or a young, beautiful, white, blonde man aged around 25. Trini was very clever. She did everything digital first. And her company, I don't know why this is happening to me. Her company is now worth $300 million because she did it digitally first and she appealed to people individually. She didn't say, this is us, we do skiing, or this is us, we do lipstick, come and get it. She went, I do lipstick for you, sir. You are my client. And I think that's something we can really learn from. Talking about education, as I've said, I live in a very small community. This is my home. These are my neighbors. It's a birthday party. And this young, beautiful woman you saw in the brown hijab and the brown jalaba, her name is Fatima Zahra. She's 22. Her mother, I live with 4 families. Her mother is illiterate. She never went to school. She doesn't even speak Arabic. She only speaks Tashlahit, the language of that region. All of the other women in the Doar are the same. They only speak Tashlahit, they didn't go to school, they can't read or write. Fatima Zahra has been to school, she's been to university, she's currently studying tourism and law, and in the mornings and the evenings, she's a cleaner in a hotel. This summer, she was sent to the UK on a stage. She did an internship. Her life is going to be completely different from the life of her mother in 1 generation. And honestly, she's so excited. She's able to provide for her family because her father is very ill, he can't give any money. And for her, the future is incredibly bright, and it's because of tourism. She has 2 aims. She's not sure which one, and it's very funny to me because they're so different. She might become a mountain guide, or she might work in the finance department. But she is a perfect example of where tourism can do so much good. Okay, so now let's talk about the challenges. I'm sure you'll be hearing more, and perhaps you have different challenges, but for me, the biggest challenge facing our mountains is climate change. Absolutely appalling. So again, I'll give you my own example. I know reading the news, in Europe, too little snow. In America, too much snow. Where I live, the whole winter, 2 days of snow and rain. We now are officially in a drought in Morocco. So usually I have to clear the snow from my house. I'm at 1,750 meters. This year, snow is only at 3,000 meters and above, and we've had 2 days in a whole winter. So if you don't think everyone knows that climate change is real, and I think the question is, how are we going to adapt to it? Is the wellness market something that we go into? If the snow disappears from our mountains, what else are we going to do to attract visitors? And there is, of course, an enormous opportunity as well. So here's me. This is 2 years ago, where I live, trekking through the snow. And I'm sure you've all done this many times as well, just trekking up through the snow thinking, oh, I can't see anything. It's boiling hot in my clothes. It's freezing cold outside. We've already said that the wellness market is worth 5.6 trillion worldwide and that we need to market a bit more intelligently to get to it. Do you know what the fastest growing segment in adventure tourism is? Anyone? Women, 45 plus. That is the fastest growing segment in tourism at the moment. And the reason, they want soft adventure. And by soft adventure, you can include a whole wellness journey in that. Intrepid Travel did a survey recently, and their increase in that demographic is 83% year on year. And they did a survey of 2,000 women in the UK and found that for women of 45 plus, 68% of them put travel as a top priority. So for example, that is a market. Are you targeting them? Are you giving them opportunities to come to the mountains when you have low season, to come with their daughters, maybe, to come on a girls' trip? Are you offering them packages that will specifically appeal to women of 45 plus? And that's the beauty of digital marketing, of course, and of AI, is that you can target each individual. Also, just broadening your appeal. I know that you all do this, that you're all thinking very intelligently about it. But for example, do you know what month it is this month? It's Ramadan. There are nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide. Have any of you done a specific Ramadan post or message on your social media or for your destination to those potential customers, many of whom are very wealthy, many of whom would love to come to the mountains, and in fact do in my area. They come for the summer because it's cooler. So I think what I would say to you is, in terms of opportunity, it's not only looking at your existing market, but also looking at a bigger one. Bird watching. 46 million people worldwide say their best hobby is bird watching. They also spend money. So for me, if I were involved in selling a destination or selling a tourism offering, I would not only be looking at improving my current and the known things like having my own UTMB, for example, fantastic idea, but I would also be looking at these other markets and how with the digital era we live in, we can target them specifically. So this is a picture from the next valley from mine. I was in the Moroccan earthquake. I was woken from sleep just after 11 o'clock with a terrible bang, bang, bang. And I ran from my house. The walls, if you've ever had that nightmare where the walls are coming towards you in your house, mine were. The walls were moving. I ran into my yard, which I share, and underneath my feet, the ground was going like this. It was like being on the sea. And 3,000 people died. The reason I know that our mountain communities will succeed and that will thrive and that will work together to make them better is what happened after the earthquake. That day, I saw mountain guides from my region leaving their families 6 hours after an earthquake which killed so many people, leaving their families to bring tourists to safety. Mountain people always care for their guests, and I think that comes over. From the outside, I got hundreds of messages, because people know I live in Morocco, saying, do you know if Mohammed, he was my guide 4 years ago, he lives in this village, do you know if he's safe? People trying to send money, people coming together. And for me, that is the whole reason why our mountains are so important. It's the people who live in them, and those communities that we can help, and that can profit from this beautiful trade, and also sharing the mountains with others. And I think this is the European Outdoors Group, this is their motto, and I would urge you all, and I'm sure you want to, but how do we, in this conference, in this congress also, let's think about how do we give back more than we take from our marvelous mountains. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Alice Morrison. Now's the time to come to the first high-level panel discussion. how to promote diverse and immersive experiences with high added value in mountain destinations, how to develop policies that promote innovation, diversification, and sustainability. That's the title. In order to promote immersive experiences in mountain terrains with high added value, it's important to take into account the conservation of our mountain areas as a clear objective in nature conservation and development policies. Madam Natalia Bayoya will be the moderator of this high-level panel. She's the Executive Director of UN Tourism. She was a pioneer beginning she's a degree in international relationships from the Columbian University, also a postgraduate qualifications from a certain business school. She's been Executive Director of UN Tourism for many years now. She has given lectures in different universities all over the world, like Harvard, MIT, or Cornell. In addition to this, she forms part of UN Tourism in the Department of Innovation, Education and Investment. So I give the floor to her for her to moderate this high-level panel. She will introduce the other members of this panel. Thank you very much.
Entonces voy a irme ya. Ahora sí.
Okay. So it's a pleasure to be with you again today with three high-level papers who are leading in three different mature countries concerning this issue of tourism. So it's this is the first high-level panel. The first panelist is our Minister of Tourism and Trade of Andorra, Mr. Jordi Torres Falcó. I mentioned this in his opening words. The minister has worked towards recovery in Andorra to recover its model, and he has a great deal to tell us today. So let's give him a warm round of applause to the dear Minister of Tourism and Trade of Andorra, Mr. Jordi Torres Falcó. The second speaker is from a very special country which is a go-to country for tourism. It's the host of UN Tourism, my own house, and our dear Secretary of State for Tourism of Spain, Madam Rosaura Morillo Rodriguez, who will be talking to us about what Spain is doing. Today is a go-to country. It's a reference country for the development of investment, education and innovation in tourism. So a warm round of applause for the dear Secretary of State for Tourism in Spain, Madam Rosaura Morillo Rodriguez. And finally, the third speaker, again a special guest, which forms part of the UN Tourism family. And today she represents her home country, Alessandra Briante, President of the National Tourism Agency, ENIT, of Italy. As we all know, this is a powerful country when we talk about mountain tourism. So a warm round of applause to Alessandra for her to talk to us about her country's experiences in this issue, about novelties in which they have in Italy. So that said, let's start. Minister of Tourism, Secretary of State, President. As we said this before, mountains is the place for 1.1 billion people. This means that tourism can be a motor, a driving force behind social cohesion. Indeed, this can be the 16% of international tourism, all told. The impact is pretty obvious here. And we're here to talk about this today. So the first question I have is, what's the importance which tourism in Spain, and why, Minister, why is population so in Andorra? Well, thank you very much, Natalia. So we are, you know, as you said in your own, it's a tourism country, and mountain tourism is very important in Andorra, particularly when we talk about mountain tourism, when we talk about tourism in Andorra. And this kind of tourism accounts for more than 50% of our GDP. So this is a very important keystone in our economy. And this enables us, using the different policy which we promote in the government, is to harness the mountain, so to speak, we have, which we have consolidating things. For example, right now, for example, winter, we have ski in winter. We have a station, we have a ski resort, which has been brought together, which is Gran Valira de Sos, which provides a great deal of wealth with the development of this area. Not only with this, but we're also interested in other seasons of the year to be able to implement policies to have tourism all year round and to make tourism not only mass tourism, but also sustainable. Thank you very much, Minister of Tourism. Secretary, what's the importance of mountain tourism for Spain? So thank you very much. My microphone is not working properly, says the Secretary of State. It's working. Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thanks to the Andorran government and thanks, Jordi, for your invitation. It's a real pleasure. It's the first visit, my first visit to Andorra, I must confess, and it's going to be very short, unfortunately, so I need to come back, Jordi, to get to know your country much better than I currently know it. For Spain, mountain tourism, it's a sort of sport, is synonymous with sports tourism. In 2023, for example, we beat all records. We welcomed 83 million international visitors. Something like 11 million came for sports tourism as a main occupation, as a reason for of the 118 billion euros generated, something like 17 billion euros were associated with sports tourism. So it's a very important segment for the economy. But it's not only important from the numbers point of view or the investment we carry out, it's also important for the reasons you mentioned. One is to have a year-round tourism, to de-season it, so to speak. We have traditional tourism, sun and sand in the summer, or other we want to open other segments which would cover the 12 months of the year. We want to have tourism all year round, but to do so, we have another additional element, which is Spain, for example, has depopulated areas where we are actually losing population as a rural exodus. The people are moving from the country to the cities, and in these areas we need to invest in order to bring people back to the countryside. So that tourism should be a driving force behind repopulating these depopulated areas. So as far as the mountain tourism, as a micro-segment of sport tourism, is also very, very important in order to maintain social sustainability, which we're all looking for. So thank you very much. Alessandra. Okay. Me too. I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great joy to be here, Minister of Tourism, Secretary of State. Particularly, it's a pleasure to be here beside the President of the National Tourism Agency and of the Executive Director, UN Tourism. So, number 12, congratulations to everyone on this 12th edition of this Congress, because being here in Andorra, things are absolutely excellent. It's a real pleasure to be here. Particularly, it's the right time of the year where we can think about this together. I believe that this meeting is very important because we need to have a clear, holistic view of how mountain tourism is a tool, at least it is a tool for us in Italy. We have the Apennines as well as it's a tremendous tool to do two things mainly. One, we need to have sustainable tourism on the one hand. We need to de-season, we need to enlarge the seasons. We need to be able to bring people to the mountains all year round, summer as well as in the winter. And we need to begin to reduce the massification of certain centres or bring down congestion in the centres. As is the case, for example, in Andorra, is an incredibly country, it's a harmonious country, focused on what it's doing. Italy has many mountain ranges, large and small, but near these mountain areas we have towns and cities. And so currently, mountain tourism is a driving force, and it's a basic driving force in order to roll out our strategies. We need to create sustainable tourism in which we haven't done as much as we could do. We need to do more. So thank you very much. Secretary, you mentioned, for example, sustainability, social sustainability. What does this mean for Spain? In order to reach social sustainability to benefit certain communities thanks to mountain tourism. Well, we need to look for this word, which is mentioned so many times in the opening speeches, i.e. balance. Balance is different for each different territory. Within a same country, social sustainability does not mean that people who live in the city or live in Aragon or the Balearic Islands, for example. So we need to work with the locals of the territory to find out what's the best solution, the best initiatives and the best projects. And so in order to recover, we have given special interest to everything concerned with the mountains, as I said before, because social sustainability begins there. We need to have good investment in these destinations, but different from what we do in those, for example, sea and sand, which are the traditional sectors. We need to create new sectors together with the private sector, very important, as we have today. For example, where we have in the current project, we have participation of the private sector in order to innovate. And so we can come up with these initiatives. And we need to, this is very, very important. There's not a single solution, of course. Things are different for each different part of the territory. And so together with, we need to look at mountain tourism and rural tourism. We need to look at the local population. And we need to make people responsible, make them aware that people need to appreciate their own gastronomy and food. This is something which cannot lose, because this is what makes it different from the other kinds of tourism which exist currently. So, Alexandra, you were saying before, talking about the Olympic Games for the 20th and the 2026. Okay, this is a big event. And how is this, what impact is this going to have on mountain tourism? What are Italians' plans vis-à-vis this? Thank you very much. Yeah, true. This is a big challenge. This is in the Villa Cortina, the Milan Cortina link. We are going to bring in 3 regions here. And this event is not going to be held in a single venue, but in 3 different regions. And it will interconnect very important centers, which is Milan, one of the largest cities in the world, which has tremendously highly developed tourism, and Cortina, which is in the Veneto region, and which is perhaps one of the most famous ski resorts, for example, in Italy. It's an incredible project. Before, Natalia, you were talking about investment. Okay. Well, here in Dora, I'm here to learn about how to invest in Italy. I'm here to learn from you. I'm taking good notes of what you said. Because you have super leaders in organizing mega sports events. However, what is important for us is how to develop, together with our different communities or municipalities and the different rural areas, and to develop products which will enable us to not only enjoy the moment of the Olympic Games, but to carry on afterwards. So we're going to create a mega city. We're going to develop destinations which, after the Olympic Games, and thanks to the Olympic Games, can begin to work on their own and make their own offerings. Natalia, you have been talking about investment. I'd like to make a couple of suggestions, give you a few numbers. Mountain tourism currently in Italy we've had 4 million visitors for the mountains, and they've generated almost 3 billion euros in revenue. We can do better, of course. Number one, we can do better things on weekends. We can emulate Spain as well as Andorra. Of course, we want to attract more Germans, of course. I hope there are some here who want to come and see us. We talk about the Olympic Games and the Bank of Italia calculations and other major agencies. They say that we're going to generate a tremendous impact. We talk something like 40 billion euros of an impact just of the Olympic Games. And so these are linked to our budgets. And here we talked about training and education. We want to create the labor force which will enable us to train the labor force which will make these gains permanent. Or at least they should go on, they should spill over the Olympic Games themselves. We're talking here about 5 or 10 years after the Olympic Games. You want to continue. Everything which Andorra has done, everything which Spain has done, and everything that Italy has done too will be used. We have leaders of tourist products, but what we need to know is we have a tremendous opportunity. We need to be together with other people. But we need to create this initiative and to carry this initiative above and beyond the Olympic Games. And we hope that all this will have a future as far as we have, and particularly for the local population. Thank you very much. Now,
and of course, the most important and most interesting thing is the economics, the mountain sports and Winter Olympics, the money that brings in. Now, I want to turn to the Minister of Tourism. Let's talk about innovation. Personally, what do you think about this new installations being set up here and all these young people coming in to develop technological solutions for a mountain region? Natalia, before I answer that question, I'd like to just pick up on what Rosanna and Alessandra have said just now. This bespoke offer, this customizing the offer in mountain territories. I really like that idea. So you can tailor them and do that on a recurrent basis and tailor them to the needs and the requirements of your visitors. You're talking about the Winter Olympics in Cortina. Well, let me just take the opportunity that I'm speaking to this auditorium. We're looking at the 2029 World Ski Championships. We're hoping to be able to host that in 2027. We're going to be putting forward our candidature. We've been finalists. We hope that we can pull that off, so to speak. Now, recently, we've had a National Geographic Sustainability proposal, really putting the spotlight on health, wellness tourism, and premium tourism. And here, a whole series of ideas have emerged. The leitmotif of National Geographic is Andorra, the country where ideas germinate. And we want people to come in from all around the globe to use new technologies that are focusing on improving technology. Everybody is aware that AI and the new hubs are really, really helping us to innovate and becoming a lot more present in our lives. But we have to make sure that these elements, which are very important, AI can help us a lot. But none of this will achieve anything unless we have the people on the ground involved when we are trying to level out the seasonality of the sector. We have people coming from all over the world, people feeding into this narrative from around the world and bringing people to our country. As I say, last year we spoke with National Geographic. They published a book on Andorra as a natural habitat, and as the PM said, as 90% of our territory is virgin land, is unspoilt. We want to be the first country that can be an entire biosphere reserve. And I think all of this will help us to position ourselves and to take into account the new channels of communication, the new hubs. All of this, I think, we can help to leverage our status and our reputation worldwide. Andorra, when we go to international bodies to speak from Andorra, I think people really have a very high opinion of us, and they see the enormous resident to tourism ratio that we have and how we deal with that. And I think that generates a lot of respect for what we do. And all of the people, there's only 85,000 people living in the country and more than 9.3 million tourists a year. That's a huge thing to pull off. And we want to also, though, to avoid the downside of massification. Yes, that's very interesting. You've talked about technology as a means of achieving sustainability for being able to measure the load bearing capacity of your sector. Yeah, I'm really glad you've asked me that question, actually, because as I said before, we're looking at this flow capacity and the load bearing capacity, if you like, of our sector and our territory. We talked to all of the councils here in Andorra to see exactly how much more the capacity the sector can actually have. How many more people can we hold? So we've got the people who live here all year round and are working to build our country's economy, and all these people that come to visit us. We have to strike this very delicate balance. And it's very important for us to maintain the balance, because if we don't, then that can create tensions. You can see that this unbridled tourism, unfriendly tourism that's pushing out the locals. So it's very important for us to strike the balance and maintain our mountains, our natural wealth, to make that sustainable. And make that sustainable over time. Also, as Andorra, we are suffering one of the effects of climate change. This has been a very difficult year. There's been very little rain or snow. Snow is being generated here. The ski resorts are doing a great job to keep everything flowing, but obviously climate change is going to have an effect, and if it does actually do away with our skiing industry because there's no snow, that's something we're going to have to deal with, and it's going to be very difficult if and when it happens as we struggle against climate change. Okay, a question now for all three of you. We have a lot of people from the private sector in this auditorium. What initiatives would you like to exchange here? Policies or specific projects or programs that your countries are launching? Do you want to start? Well, Rosanna, as I say, for Tourism Spain, we have got these calls for interest and ideas for new products, and it's very, very useful because we ask people, both destinations and companies, to link together to create these new products. It's not a new product built by a company. You build a network among the different territories or between companies from different areas, and the government funds that to create new tourist experiences and products which are sustainable, which can help to level out the seasonal nature of the tourist sector, and also protect the future of our territories, because sustainability means sustainability over time as well. It's a commitment. It's an undertaking that we commit to those territories to protect them in future. So we need to work together independently of what political stripe the government may have at the time to protect their territory and be sustainable in the future. And that's something that I think needs to be demanded of administrations. At the same time, what we need to do is to provide the resources and help companies which are creative and innovative and can create networks between themselves. And I think this can create new services and help new territories. So innovation is the key to creating these networks to produce new products. That's great. I think it's very important that you say it can't just be a policy rolled out by one particular government of one particular political leaning. It has to be much more cross-cutting. Alessandra, well, Natalia, let me give you some facts and figures now. I totally concur with this action that we need to help to develop products. We need to help to launch these and to provide training. But I think what's most important on national level with the resilience plans and the EU funds, we in Italy have done a lot to invest in tourism. But the good thing is that because of mountain tourism, part of what we have, these billions that we have requested from Brussels go not just into tourism, but into modernizing infrastructures and improving all of these facilities, all of these mountain infrastructures for snow farming we talked about before, improving the facilities, the ski lifts, the resorts. I'm talking about all these infrastructures. Perhaps somebody could help me. Oh, the ski lifts, that's what I was trying to say. So we are looking at what we're doing this year, next year. We're talking about only 300 million euros and billions of euros to modernize our infrastructures. Now, all of this added to what we have requested for tourism is going to be a hugely important investment, because when we talk about mountain tourism, we have to set everything in motion, and all of the infrastructures must be really ready to guarantee environmental stability and sustainability. We're talking about climate change. Andorra, Italy, Spain, we've all suffered enormously this year. The season has been very short, and that's a real issue. So what can we do? In the case of snow farming, what do we do? How do we manage this possibility of our season not being what it used to be? Or certainly not as good as we hoped it would be. So to achieve all that, you need to be very pragmatic. But to talk about the private sector, of course, we need to help companies, small and medium-sized enterprises, but also micro-enterprises. They have to be helped to develop their tourist products. And finally, I think in Italy, we can do a bit more in terms of innovation. And I hope now that with our plan for the Winter Olympics, we will be able to launch an innovation plan, which is a bit broader in scope and also dedicated specifically to mountain tourism. Great. Jordi. Well, you talked about sports tourism and how you can make the most of that in mountain areas. Well, here, it's great for us to be able to communicate to you what we're doing in Andorra. We have these high-level sports persons that have come to our territory because it's easy to get to, and the whole ecosystem we have. Let me give you very concrete examples. Professional cyclists, some of them have set up here in the country because of all of the sporting facilities available to them for them to train. But also there's a lot of facilities not only for winter sports, but also last year we had an Ironman competition here. I got to the train, mountain bikes, trails. We're good to be using the Gran Valira Resort, Palarinsal. which has very clearly defined setup so that they can do bike cycling training in the summer. And they're all related to sports. And that provides us a certain wealth, which allows us to try and better protect the territory. Because when we have trials of this and competitions of this type, it's helping to respect the territory, sustainability, carbon credits. So all these things are measures which we're implementing. Yeah, carbon credits. You're talking about that as a mountain tourism. How do you see the future of mountain tourism? Well, I think this is going to have to be rationalized in some way. We have to avoid massification of mountain tourism. It has to be respectful. I think people respect nature when they come skiing or come to do mountain activities. I think that is something that will last over time. Of course, climate change is there. Unfortunately, this is increasing. We're seeing the temperature is going up. And as the temperature goes up, people are going to want to go and have holidays in a cooler place. And mountains higher up are going to provide a cooler experience in the summer than down in the lowlands. So I think we have a great future ahead of us. But of course, only if we can do things in a respectful way towards nature. Secretary of State, how do you see the future of mountain tourism? As I said before, I think this is a great opportunity, taking into account the climate change factor, but also this leveling out the seasonal nature of tourism, so it's happening all year round. The minister trying to get as many people outside the high season. And this means that hotels and other accommodation can be open more months a year. And all of this is positive. It's an opportunity that we need to work on so that we can extend the season as long as possible and make it sustainable. But if we look at the competition, the competitors snapping at our heels, we see, we heard from the previous presentation, you talked about Atlas, as Alice was telling us about the situation there. We need to make the most of the expertise that we have in more mature territories to look to the future and see what's next, what's around the corner, and get ahead of those, particularly taking into account not only climate change, but also protection of the environment and this socio-economic balance that we have to strike between the tourists that come from outside and the people who live there all year round. All of this has to be juggled. And we're saying that countries like Italy and Spain, 5% of tourism is mountain tourism. So what do international tourists like about Spain, like about their mountains? Well, Spain offers a sort of overarching experience. It covers everything. They can see the mountains, but they can also enjoy this connectivity for new destinations. They can discover Spain. So international tourists can learn about the Spanish lifestyle, whether they visit mountains, big cities, or the beach destinations. These are genuine, authentic expressions, and we need to make sure that every country is significantly unique. Well, of course, people love the food. They love to eat tapas. Yes, but of course also the music, the historical heritage, the differences. We have northern and southern. I mean, don't let me roll out my marketing pitch here, but mountain tourism is focusing on this kind of experience from a mature destination such as Spain to make the most of all the other things we can offer. It offers security not only because it's a safe place to go, but it's a very healthy place. We have a good health system. Since the pandemic, things have really been strengthened. So we can offer all these guarantees to any world tourist. Alessandra, the elite sector, promoting elite destinations. What plans do you have for promoting mountain destinations? That's an excellent question. The plans we have are very much focused to these points we just heard from Rosanna. It's a much more sporty destination, but of course people come for the food. I don't need to say much about the gastronomy in Italy. These are real drivers. I say to people in Italy, the museums didn't used to be drivers. The UNESCO brand is very important, but that's not why people decide to click on OK to buy their plane or train tickets to Italy. So the food, definitely, the gastronomy, but also we've had the privilege of being here 2 years ago when we decided to add this basic element, which is wellness or well-being, as some people say. It's so important, particularly in such places as this, because we go on holidays which we want to be different to the sort of standard sun, sand, and discos. We want something different, something that's wrapped around sport and having a healthy body. And so there's wellness and gastronomy, but wellness also applied to how we live before and after doing our sports activities. They can be linked to mental wellness. That's really important, particularly. I think we all need to be very healthy in our minds too. But developing these new products is at the heart of innovation. It's great to export to Italy, to all other countries, but it's very important to see what products we can bring to Italy so that people can really appreciate them. So I think we're facing an amazing opportunity right now, using mountain tourism as one of the main levers to genuinely have a situation where we can have all-round tourism and not just peaks of congestion in the high season. And all these wonderful speakers who are with us today, you know, we're going to have a Jubilee year next year in Italy, and it's really important. We're going to be looking at tourist flows, which if we don't develop a product well, they're going to have quite a heavy negative impact on the country. We have to be able to manage those flows correctly. All of these pilgrims coming to Rome, you know, an hour and a half from Rome, they can be at the top of the Apennine Mountains in my town of origin in Campania, and we're really focusing on that.
Así que un mensaje final, porque además hay algo que me
So something which I love about this Congress is that we see many different people from all over Europe, Austria, Spain, Germany, all over. So one final message which would inspire us and to help us to continue working on mountain tourism. One final comment. Right, host first of all. Well, my message, which is very important, seems to me, is balance. That's the watchword. Balance between many different factors. The right balance between people of the territory, which is it's important for these people to feel that they should not feel expelled or kicked out from their homes. And balance between people who are coming to enjoy the mountains, and balance for economy too. So if we strike a happy balance with these things, this is the way forward. We can make a prosperous area which can be maintained over time. Mountain areas, let's not forget, have always been very harsh areas, difficult areas to live in historically. People who live in live in mountain areas have a very hard character because they live in hostile environments in the past, but now we've transformed these hostile environments into friendly environments for our visitors. And so I would say that's very important to strike the right balance. Well, I'd like to repeat I'd like to echo Jordi's words and add the need to look at how we want to grow. Not grow per se in terms of numbers or expenditure, but how do you want to grow? Do you want to grow in quality, in value? Do you want to improve sustainably? And particularly manage this balance so that all European destinations should share this philosophy of sustainability vis-à-vis the future, because growing for the sake of growing, for growth's sake, should not be our watchword. We are living in a tourist ecosystem which is extremely fragile. Alessandra, I would also like to echo my previous speaker's words. However, I would like to add one comment of my own. Harmony added to balance. Tourism, at least as far as we are concerned, is much more than a simple job of work. It's passion. And it's a sector. It's an economic sector, obviously, but it's also a sector where we can really express our vision of the world, our emotional vision, so to speak. And so I believe that we can really move forward with this point of view. With my friend, Minister Jordi Torres, and as an Italian, because of the Olympic Games, I believe it's important we are going to roll out this working group, as you mentioned before, Rosaura, where we are going to share good practices together. If we do things well in all our countries, we will have a multiplying effect which will guarantee quality. There's no competition here from this point of view. But together, we need to have togetherness. And on that point, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to our three panelists. We've all heard our three key words: balance, sustainability, harmony. My word is education. There's nothing we need more in order to strengthen these three watchwords than education. And thank you very much once more to our three panelists, and thanks to the audience too. And now we give the floor to the next panel members. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could we all move to the front of the stage for the official photograph of this first high-level panel? Thank you very much to the four. Thanks to the Secretary of State, Minister. And now we will not be going directly onto another high panel, but we will have a small coffee break for 20 minutes. And so we'll make up a bit for lost time by shortening this break. So at 1:15 the hour, punctually, we'll be back here for the next panel. Thank you very much indeed.
Buenos días,
Well, welcome back. Could you
sitio de...
gradually take your seats, please? So, to start off and keep to our schedule. Now, while we're waiting for people to come in from outside, people who are having a cup of coffee outside, I'd like to say that before lunch, we'll have a 2-hour lunch break. We'll have two further presentations. The first is the one we're going to look at now. we're going to see the presentation of the UN Tourism Report, Understanding and Quantifying Mountain Tourism. This will be done by Michel Julian, who's a Senior Program Officer, UN Tourism. He's an economist by training. And then he worked in the Market Research Department concerning analysis of current trends and future trends in tourism, contributed to the putting together of key UN tourism reports. He's talking about the different work done and including UN tourism as well as its initiatives. We'll also hear from someone else, from Enric Martinez, director of the Pas Grau International from Andorra. He, international television of the Gran Resorts Andorra. He plans and he works in the planning section and mountain section with approach of sustainability concerning tourist projects all over the year. His experience with mountain destinations like Andorra, Spain, and Kazakhstan and Morocco has enabled him to have a wide-ranging view of the challenges which these tourist destinations are faced with. So let's listen to these two people who are going to present the UN Tourism Report. Thank you very much.
Bienvenidos.
Okay, welcome. Can you hear me? Welcome back. Okay, good. I can hear myself, so you should be able to hear me. Okay, it's a pleasure to be in Andorra once more, breathing mountain air. It's a real privilege. We're going from the high-level panel, which we heard before, with the presence of a minister. We are coming down to earth a little bit. And here we're going to present to you a study which UN Tourism carried out in 2020 with the FAO and Mountain Partnership about how to understand and quantify mountain tourism. Now, for this presentation, I shall be accompanied by Enric Martinez, my colleague, who also worked on the technical part of this report. So let's begin by understanding what the context is. Why do we talk about understanding? Why do we talk about quantifying? Here, we've mentioned on many occasions these figure of 1.1 billion inhabitants, people who live in mountains. And this means that tourism is a medium, a living medium for many, many local communities. And mountain tourism has now become an important element which increases in importance as time goes by, thanks to its natural attractions, i.e. mountains, and as well as cultural heritage, as well as all those activities which can be carried out in the mountain areas. But many mountain destinations have also showed that they're extremely resilient during the pandemic. We can see this because there's been an increase in activities, open-air activities, outdoor activities rather. And of course, we need to know what the data are. We need to see and look at what data we have. How can we quantify the size and the value of what mountain tourism generates in order to take these strategies and policies which will then enable us to create sustainable mountain destination products in order to diversify our offerings, go into other segments. And it's a way of spreading out tourists all over the year, so to speak. So the aim, therefore, of this report, i.e. understanding and quantifying mountain tourism, is to gather the data we have to try to look for other sources too, and see how we could bring a complement and have a more holistic view of what happens in mountain tourism. certainly not been easy. We have had many challenges. We have tried to develop a methodology to more or less get an approximate calculation of quota of visitors at the global level in mountain tourism, as well as at a regional level. We've done a breakdown. We've also identified trends too, via a survey sent to the UN tourism members about what is happening in mountain tourism, in the different segments. What products are there? What requirements are there in mountain tourism in order to offer a whole raft of recommendations in order to do things better, in order to maintain sustainable development of mountain tourism. That said, I'm going to give my floor to my colleague Eric Martinez, who's going to give you the technical details. So thank you very much, Enrique. So when we looked at quantifying mountain tourism, the first stage is that we had to agree on the definition. The definition of UN tourism, of what mountain tourism is. It's an activity which takes place in a defined and limited geographical space, such as hills or mountains, with distinctive characteristics and tourists and people attach value to nature, countryside, as well as people who form part of these mountains, those people who transmit culture and knowledge and disseminate the culture of the mountain. So these are the three premises which fall within the definition of UN tourism. We begin to look at how we could quantify this. And we have the first approach, where do we get this tourism? What do we understand by mountain? I.e., what geographical factors, topographical, identification of the main mountain changes all over the world. These will identify where we need to do some work to quantify mountain tourism. Secondly, why? Why do people want to go to the mountains for tourism? We wanted to see, on the other hand, for example, protected and sensitive areas with national parks are similar of historical value. We also have things like UNESCO World Heritage Sites, for example, glaciers, forests, caves, lakes, etc. These also form part of this context of a climate and biodiversity, which provide the reasons why we have mountain tourism. The third point is, what do we do there? When people go to the mountains, what do they do? What do they do when what motivations are there? And this helps us to identify the requirements for infrastructures, investments, and tourist developments vis-à-vis the future. And so we began with an initial classification around the world, identifying the main mountain ranges in the world are, where the main ones, and this means you can establish an initial classification, i.e., what countries are we going to work in, what countries are we going to get information from in each of these countries. Now, based on the definition of height of the FAO, we've taken a classification of different countries based on the highest peak, which will give us the interest for mountain products. And based on this, in different countries, we've come up with a short list of 150 countries, which account for a certain percentage of the destinations. We're going to look at our scope of study when it comes looking at mountain, which is the basis for our study. Secondly, biodiversity. Why are protected areas, why do mountains, why are these keys to understand why people are interested in mountains? Here, how do we deal with this information? Once we have found the information about what the key countries are, we look at the details. What mechanisms, how can we quantify and the visitors in different above and beyond the interest of protection. And for this reason, the analysis of all the protected areas, natural parks, national parks, etc., in which we have controlled access of how people, when people can visit, gives us an idea of the number of visitors who want to go to the mountain, bearing in mind that we have protected areas all over the world, both land, sea, and mountain. Here, this gives us a global framework which we can use to look at the data which we have from the mountain destinations themselves. Third point, this again was mentioned in the previous panel, motivation. Why are we interested in going to the mountains, and why do we have mountain tourism? Why it's important internationally, particularly vis-à-vis leisure and sports, be they active or passive elements. Skiing, for example, or other much more specialized activities like canyoning, for example, or other things. These characteristics here are that these activities may be practiced either individually with free access, untrammeled access to the mountains, or else with controlled access with specialized guides who accompany people to carry out these activities. Here we've come down with a much more broken down analysis, a much more granulated analysis of the data of interest to us to see the economic activity of these areas in order to look at the different countries to see what the different motivations are for people going to the mountain areas. And so here, the first point is to understand why people go to the mountains. This is the general tourist experiences. This is the experience of leisure, for example. Here, the first point is what will show us the aim. We want to quantify and understand mountain tourism. We want to establish a reference framework which we can use to define what the target of percentage is between 9 and 16% of international arrivals. But it's also important to know that we should look at the international figures, that most of those countries are seeing what the main motivation is for mountain tourists. Most of those countries where we have mountain tourism, the reason is, give us data in their reports, that 58% go there because for leisure issues. Because this 58%, for leisure, we have to establish what the reference framework is. Again, we're also looking, there's a small hiccup here. We need to have a more granulated image of what mountain tourism is, which is what we call domestic overnighting. This is important vis-a-vis the experience in people in mountains, which is but when it comes to data gathering, it's much complex because not all countries are gathering this information. So the study has found problems, has had a challenge, but even in those countries in which there is good control and follow-up of mountain tourism we have got data. And so
now we've taken into account these three main axes. So where do they happen, why and what activities are involved? And we've gathered the information and compiled this through a survey that was sent out to all the members of UN Tourism to have a first-hand vision of their experience and expectations. We've had data, visitors to national parks, ski resorts, which is what we're using here, that allows us to see what is part of the reason people go to mountains, and then to go into detail, granular detail about tourism statistics, particularly in territories or areas in which the geographical diversification, where they are broken down by region. So it's a lot easier to identify which are the mountain regions. That has led to a breakdown. We're looking at leisure tourism as the starting point, and we've broken them down to see the share of the whole tourism population. So we've broken them down country by country, having taken as a reference whether or not they're candidates for significant mountain tourism. Then we've looked at the percentages, and then we've built an aggregated model on the basis of this data from researchers, data gathering, and the information that we've received from the survey that was sent out to the various members of the WTO to get their inputs. Now, aggregating these on a country-by-country basis, we see that the main trends regionally are consolidated worldwide. It's between 9 to 16% there, so it's a share of mountain tourism. It may seem like a very broad range, 9 to 16, but it reflects the data gathering exercise. Another very important element, we're not going to go into great detail on this, but that's part of the study. We've been getting information from the countries, how they understand, how they gather, and how they process the information concerning mountain tourists. So 160 countries sent in their results. We got 46 responses, accounting for 40% of international tourist arrivals, showing that mountains is an all-year-round tourism product and attracts both domestic and international tourists. Breaking this down to a more granular level, we saw what was highlighted is the issue around data gathering. Countries can take decisions on the trends, whether things growing or falling over time. This element opens the doors to defining and implementing alternative solutions to try and find significant data concerning mountain tourism. Now, within the other elements that were set out in the survey, we should highlight the added value of mountain tourism in terms of enhancing the local economy and the local environment. And then finally, it allowed us to identify the main challenges, future challenges country faces when developing and promoting mountain tourism, areas which are underpopulated, but to look at sustainability. So we're talking about infrastructures and so on, and making sure that this tourism is compatible with the traditions of the mountain region. And I'll give the floor back to Michel to talk us through the key conclusions that were drawn from the survey. We're doing this as best we can. We want to conclude. One key conclusion is that we require more data to better measure and better manage this. That's a key conclusion, apart from all the others that have derived from the survey and the study. But we've also included some case studies. The INE, the Spanish National Statistics body, has produced information using mobile data to track tourists to know where they're going. Andorra's been doing this with positioning from cell phones, but there are also sustainability ideas that can be built upon. So INSTO, that's the UN Tourism International Network of Sustainable Tourism Observatories, providing details about employment, economic benefits, or the seasonal nature, which is something which is really quite important, and where Andorra is working hard to have tourism all year round and not limited to certain seasons. But that depends upon advanced data and evidence-based tourism policies. If we don't have evidence-based data, we can't take decisions and craft policies. We need data. So we need to invest in statistical systems, explore the use of mobile phone, cell phone positioning data, and also to enhance market intelligence to attract new segments and better understand consumer trends and profiles and embrace the digitalization, of course, and working together. Partnerships, public, private, community partnerships. So it's not just public and private, but the communities have to be on board too. They are key players in the whole tourist sector. So thank you very much indeed. You can download this report. Thank you, Enrique. Thank you to you all. And any questions you may have, we'll be more than happy to answer, but after the lunch break. Well, thank you very much. We'd like to thank Enrique as well for having taken part in providing all this data. We'll ask Michel Julien to continue and take us into the world of wellness. We've also going to be hearing from this on this talk.
Nice to meet you. Hello.
Nice to meet you too. Please have a seat.
Bom dia. Oh, I will need the remote control.
Okay, don't worry.
Sorry, my Spanish, I did not understand that.
Let me just introduce you, please. Have a seat.
Yes, thank you.
Let me just say a few words in Spanish. Ahora vamos a pasar de dar.
So now we're going to move on from data and methodology to something a bit more exciting and something a bit more relaxing, which is the world of wellness, of well-being. It's an essential component of all policies related to mountain tourism. And this Congress also adds this further element this year. It's a real pleasure. I'm going to move to English now. I'm going to be having a conversation with Sheila Azishi, who
the Secretary General of the European Spas Association. So Sheila will make a presentation first of 10 minutes, please. And then we will have a conversation. And then, hopefully, we will have a Q&A with also the audience, because we need some also interaction from the public. So please, Sheila, all yours.
Thank you. Bon dia. Bonjour. And I wish a very happy, relaxing, and very good spiritual input from today for all mountain-likers. As you see, I represent the European spas, but it's not only spas, it's more about medical spas. And in the last years, we put special remarks on climate health resorts. And I think this is our paths crossing today. And as you see, we have 20 or more than 20 European countries. They have natural remedies. And let's get in the well-being. Maybe it was somehow strange for you what medical spas or spas are looking in a mountain congress, but we talk about climate, and as you see, our basic is back to the nature, to use the power of the nature and the healing effects. So here you see the whole list of thermal water, mineral water, thalasso, and the very last one is the healing climate. And most of you don't promote it, maybe you don't know about this very fantastic potential. And what makes also different with many other spas, if we talk, our subject is evidence-based studies. That's a need, so it's nature. Most of the countries are also part of the public health care, so the national health insurance is paying for this treatment, curing. But nowadays, and especially after pandemic, prevention is one of the key words. And this is definitely what we can combine fantastically with the mountain resorts. First of all, greetings from my president, Mr. Dubois, whose family started the first mental health spa resort in France, close to Bordeaux. And we do believe that this lockdown, COVID, made a new position for a revival of using our natural resources and to promote it. Here you see the whole list, and then on the bottom, the medical spas and the climate. So we don't have to be sick, but we have to invest in our health. And that's definitely the two destinations, with the thermal water, with the mud, with the seaside, and the mountains. And I don't want to call it like a trend, it's a natural development of our travel behaviors. So we need the medical competencies because we are different than day spas and anything else what we can do in the city. So why people should go in the nature, and we have to make these evidence-based studies behind it, or at least a few of the studies. And it's also a kind of product needs much more luxury if we want to have this manager-style client and the private payers. So I want to concentrate with few slides why the climate health resorts are extremely important and why we see a huge potential to integrate it in the mountain tourism. I don't know if you heard about studies about the negative ions in the air. Romania, Bulgaria, Germany, they started to make research even in the 70s, 80s to explain. And the European spas made the first study in Europe about post-COVID, long COVID treatments. We realized that 16 countries in Europe offering this kind of treatment, partly paid by the national health insurance, but mostly also from private payers. So in Romania and Slovakia, in Bulgaria, they developed products also for the mountains, because the very typical symptom was respiratory problems and fatigue. If you know the healing effect of the negative ions in the air, we call it like the natural antibiotics. When the pine trees start to get the fresh flowers, it's such huge concentration. So even for managers, for students, they are in the stress. You get the memory, the concentration, and recovery much faster in these resorts. And of course, if we want to work, our target group is not only about the sick people, but we want to get the healthy behavior, or people, they want to improve health and to take care of health. This is definitely something what we have to put in the front page. So I don't want to list, because you can read how many fantastic healing effects you can find in the mountains. If you make few studies, or if you have even smaller group to make these studies, you can really seriously communicate these effects. And luckily, the target group is growing. So even with the aging population, of course, in Europe, but also the demand for health tourism is growing. And yeah, our main domain is to deal with chronic disease patients. But the segment of the lifestyle disorders is exploding. So we can talk about smoking, about obesity, about cancer. So a list is getting long and long. So do you know anybody in the family who doesn't have one of these problems to treat? So it's good to invest in this sector and to keep, to provide them the right services. And one maybe not well-known part of our services is mineral water. Here I just wanted to highlight one because it's the richest and magnesium, came from Slovenia. And we try to promote also in events, drink mineral water. We know about the nutrition, healthy food, but it's also very important what you drink. And in the mountains, you have very excellent quality of mineral water. So this should be also put it much more in the front page. So in Germany, they made a fantastic program for a healing forest, and specially developed for kids. Because by doing this the whole day, they lose the motoric capacity. So we have to bring them out in the nature and to play with them. And now they are doing few studies also with universities to improve the development on the kids. One of the first spa resort, health resort, was actually in Spain, close to Valencia, who started with the longevity concept. It's also based on thermal water and nature. And yeah, let's hope that after this discussion today, we all will be confident that the spa resorts, the mountain resort, the climate health resorts, providing the full offer of the mental and physical well-being. And if we change our mind and we are not thinking always on one spa hotel, one ski resort, we have to find a concept to be the hub for this well-being tourism. So I hope that Andorra is a good candidate. I have seen the webpage and the fantastic communication like Andorra, like a health destination. So congratulations for that. And thank you very much for the invitation. I hope in a few days I will know a little bit more about this wonderful country. And yeah, if we, as part of the sector, have this positive well feeling, I think it's easy for everyone to develop this sector. Thank you for the invitation and for the organization of the whole Congress, and I think it's a good start to have a conversation.
It's
I hope I keep the time limit.
Yes,
and yeah,
yes,
and actually the
great.
World Tourism Organization, the chapter for Europe, thanks to Professor Alessandra Priante, last year.
Present.
Yes, I hope she's in the room.
She's there, she's there.
She made it possible that the General Assembly for the European continent was focusing on health tourism development. So thank you. And now we step in for the next stage also in the mountain tourism to talk about well-being and health tourism.
Excellent. Thank you very much, dear Sheila, for this excellent introduction, setting the scene for the discussion on wellness. Indeed, Andorra has a long tradition of wellness, but in your presentation, you use the terminology well-being instead of wellness.
Yes.
And you are relating well-being with hubs of holistic experience. So it's wellness, part of well-being. I mean, can you elaborate a little bit more why you chose well-being?
Well-being, health tourism. Actually, health tourism, it's more complex because then you can treat also the sick people. And in Europe, with the aging population, 30% are more than 65 years old. So we have to take care of them. And well-being, it's more like how you feel. And when the business started to sell toilet papers and anything else with the word of wellness, then I started to delete it from my vocabulary. And I think it's more how you feel, and we have to be holistic. I mean, the competition is huge. We know that all around the world, this product is in a booming segment. It's still a niche market, but we have to take care of the quality.
That's
And
key.
that's why I said medical competencies are really important. And our senior customer are coming back yearly, twice a year, because they will not consume so much drugs. They will not visit the doctors maybe for the next 6 months. They have much more mobility, so the results count. If we are healthy and we want to keep healthy, of course we need also result.
Exactly. That's a key word, quality also. Quality in infrastructure, quality in service. But you mentioned also that the pandemic triggered a huge interest in wellness and well-being. I mean, do you have data supporting that?
I have to say that luckily after pandemic, also the target group became much younger, which was extremely good for the industry. In the European Union, there are a lot of projects also running for the healthcare workers, so specialized for corporate health, also something which is very important for companies. Data, yeah, that's a very good question. If I read data, I'm laughing or crying because we don't have first-based data. If we are honestly. We can get information from our national member countries about reservation numbers, about traffic spendings, but on the European level, we don't have this kind of data. If you see this, don't take it serious, please, because yeah, France is a good example. The French Medical Spa Association, they have 111 members, so all medical spas are members in the association, and they started a brilliant study for 6 years about the economic impact of the spa cities. So all players, they are involved in the tourist business, in the healthcare business. We have to say it's an intersectoral business, tourism and healthcare. So it's really tricky. So if we can copy or to get the methodology from France and to make it like a pilot project with some other countries in Europe, then we can talk about serious data, yeah? Trustful ones.
So we need some further research and best practices in that sense,
definitely.
and exchange of knowledge. That's why we are here also discussing about this topic.
And maybe you can transfer it to your office.
Also, that's homework for me.
Yeah.
Okay, Sheila, you talk about something, I mean, collaboration, because I think it's very important too. I mean, to be able to collaborate. I mean, if we want more data, you mentioned the example of France, you mentioned the relation with the industry. So we need more collaboration. You are an association. So how do you work, I mean, with the destination, with the industry, to be able to provide, you know, recommendations or guidelines, or to say, better do it this way, don't make that mistake?
Yeah, like European Spas Association unites more than 20 countries. They have natural remedies. We have the national spa associations, and we opened also the chapter for the business, because without business it's hard to act. So we have newly research centers, educational centers, media, hotel change, and maybe I forgot something. So actually we cover now, and investment groups. So we cover all players in health tourism, but the essential work is the networking, as you said. So for example, the three bigs like Germany, France, Italy, they have big traditions. Central European countries, they have the longest, almost the longest tradition, but also Baltic countries, Balkan countries are developing a lot. Actually, if we talk about the most modern rehabilitation center, Lithuania, if we talk about mountains and spa, then massively or fantastic investments in Bulgaria. We have newcomers like Georgia, Montenegro. So we try to help for countries they need information about legislation. They need quality proofs, quality seals. Even by investments, we try to help them not to make mistakes what we have seen in other countries. And our special expertise can be used in countries they have the potential, like Georgia, but they did not make any mistake because they were late. Or like I said many times in Bulgaria, be lucky that you were late with the development, because now you do it in a much sustainable and much more complex way.
Are those countries innovating on the product? Because when we hear spa, well, it can be even a jacuzzi in a hotel.
For you, but not for me. Yeah, definitely. We have also innovation awards in 6 categories, and we celebrate the excellence and innovation every year on our Congress, which will be actually this year in Lithuania from the 24th to 26th of September. So we have destination, spa product, spa program, education, research. So we try to show the very innovative product.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, for example, if we talk about sustainability, I like very much one project in Bulgaria where it's a ski resort. They have a lot of thermal water in the ski resort and also natural spas, which are my favorite one in Pamporovo. They had a huge spa resort, medical spa, but they used the thermal water 3 times. So they have a huge farm, bio-farm, also using the thermal water for the greenhouse, and it means one source for health, for nutrition, and for leisure. So this kind of, and La Roche-Posay from France, they invested huge money for the whole digitalization, how to reduce water consumption.
Yes.
So it's not only about the energy or waste, or one other segment was in Albania, also on the Black Sea coast. They were the first one to use the waste management, not only the solar panels, but the huge complex to reduce the energy cost. So there are a lot of, also in the product development. If you would check our website, europeanspas.eu, we have Innovation Award, and we made interviews for sleep disorders, for example, how they measure the whole night behavior and very special lighting in a room to help you to understand and to offer you the right treatments. This is also in a climate health resort in the Czech Republic, for example. In Italy, Preidelhof in South Tyrol, they have one of the most holistic packages, especially for managers. So please read the Innovation Award website, then you learn also about digitalization. So rehabilitation center, before the patient arrives, they have all, everything on the devices. You can have direct communication with the therapist. You can rate them, not only the room and the cleaning, but also your therapist.
Yeah.
And there is even easier to have a follow-up communication with your doctors or with your therapist.
Excellent. Digitalization is changing the way we are doing things, but this is an activity made by people for people.
Exactly. That's really a labor-intensive market.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
And you mentioned several times education.
Yes.
What about the skills needed? I mean, are we prepared in the wellness or well-being sector to cope with current and future demand?
Not really. Doesn't look good, but we have always hope. So on the ITB, 2 weeks ago, we had a special panel discussion about Generation Z, and we have already, from the European spas with 6 countries, cooperation to update medical tourism management studies. We have, the leader is Bavarian University Deggendorf. We have Prague University, Budapest University, Tbilisi University, Rijeka, and we managed also to have Ukrainian partners in this cooperation. And sometimes, I was shocked because we do that already for 2 years. And when we have the Generation Z, we give them practical projects. And last time they presented what they would like to see in a spa resort. And I was shocked. The first letter, mental health, in each working group. So it means the understanding and the needs by the Gen Z, it's completely different than, let's say, we want to have relaxing, hot pool, few treatments with mud, with climate, but they understand a little bit from the other side, from the psychological
so education
demand.
is needed,
Yeah.
but also segmentation in that sense, to be able to understand.
So that was the discussion,
Exactly.
how we can get them, like the new clients, I mean, it's also 20-25% of the population, how we can get them in an early age, like client, and how we can motivate them to work in our spa resort, in our health resorts.
Great. Let's, now that you mentioned motivate, let's motivate the audience also, our dear participants, to ask questions And please, if you have any question, no questions from the audience? No one dares? Are you so relaxed that
No, it's the best if
okay?
you close your eyes.
It's okay.
You
Maybe
feel
it's because
in a,
it's lunchtime. I think so. We need to feed our spirit.
yeah, nutrition.
So,
Empty
so
stomach is.
there's a question there.
Microphone, please. Microphone.
You have an example, I'll have to start again. You were talking about mental health as a priority for all those young generations. Do you have an example in your spas where they treat actually mental health?
In France, they have 5 certified medical spas, resort, just for mental health. So some countries already started many years ago, and they put it even like part of the public health. In most of the countries, honestly speaking, it's for private payers, yeah.
Any other question?
Actually, I did not say that this is the main product for the Gen Z, but when I have seen this, they project result, and they, from 5 working group, 5 of them put on the first slide mental health, then it's quite clear that we have to deal with this.
We need more spas,
Yeah.
definitely. Any other question? No, it's okay? It's okay? So, thank
Where
you
we
very
go
much.
for skiing, where we have also thermal
Yeah?
spas.
Okay. So thank you very much, dear Sheila, for an interesting conversation, for your presentation. And I think we are ready for lunch. Of course, if you have any question, you can ask Sheila. I always refer to the European Spas Association if there's a question about, recommendations or even data.
Yeah, yeah.
So thank you very much.
Actually, on the website, we have an e-library where we collect all studies
Excellent.
about biology, which is spa medicine. So if you click on the e-library and you put climate, then you get all studies with the climate resorts
Excellent.
and
So please
medical subjects.
visit their website. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. It's now time for lunch break. We'll be back here at 3 p.m. sharp for the first session on health and well-being tourism. We'll see you back at 3 p.m. Enjoy your lunch.
Molt bona tarda, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and so welcome once more to this World Congress of Snow and Well-being Congress. This is the 12th time we've been together, so once more we're in Andorra, and we've been here, we're talking about here the idea of well-being and wellness is one of the axes of mountains. This is always open to people, but also we're also connected via streaming. People are following us from 16 different countries all over the world. So we're going to work about this afternoon. The first session this afternoon, the title of which is Health and Wellness Tourism. As I said before, one of the key words here, which we've seen in this Congress, which forms part of its very essence. Health and wellness tourism is a growing trend in tourism. The emergence of concepts such as selfness, finding meaning in life or finding oneself spiritually, and integrative aspects of well-being in general as one of the benefits sought in personal life. Now, this type of tourism is no stranger to new trends, alternative therapies, eco-nutrition, mindfulness as a product, and the appreciation of natural products. Health and wellness tourism is a future trend for mountain territories, as I said before, and it is necessary to know how it adds value to the experience that the visitor seeks. Now, this session will be chaired by Judith Hidalgo, Director of Andorra Business. She holds a degree in economic sciences at the Autonomous University of Barcelona and has experience of more than 20 years in promotion offices of international and investment commerce. Now, before that, she was the head of the Internationalization and Investment Unit of Acció, the agency for competition of the Department of the Business and Knowledge of the Catalan government. And since 2004 to the beginning of 2015, he was the Director of the Defense of Business and Investment of the Catalan government. And so I'd like to welcome this afternoon to Judith Hidalgo. You have the floor. Before beginning to introduce the panel, we have a very interesting panel of members represented from different parts of tourism sectors or health sectors. I'd like to give you a couple of ideas about why Andorra is committed to health and wellness tourism. Okay, this is the presentation. Why is Andorra committed to health and wellness tourism? Why are we committed to this? Well, first of all, because of world trends. Before lunch, unfortunately, we don't have data, official data that is, but the Global Wellness Institute gives us a couple of ideas. It's calculated that between 2020 and 2025, the wellness tourism economy will grow by 10% in a stable fashion. And we expect that this kind of tourism will reach 20.9%. Now, okay, we can see that this trend is one of growth, growing demand for health and wellness tourism. And so, well, Andorra is a mountainous country. And we are related to health. A country which last year we had 9 million visitors. And then again, it's a country with the lowest crime rate in Europe, one of the best health systems in the world, a country which has spas, and where most of the country is regarded as being a natural area. And openly, the fifth country in the world with the longest life expectancy. Now, how can we not sell the country as a health and wealth tourism? I won't go any further into this because other panelists will talk about this. We had a public-private initiative, PPP, to analyze in the country so to be able to adapt to those people who are looking for this sort of health and wealth tourism. We had many professionals devoted to offering health and wellness tourism. We had hotels which were prepared, we had tracks, we had tourists who were coming here who were sports people and what is healthier than sport. And so we launch ourselves in this direction. Now, so we've consolidated, Andorra has consolidated, we've provided services which are aimed at health and wellness tourism, following international standards. We offer high quality with cooperation, strong cooperation between the public and private sectors. And we have an important commitment from the Ministry of Tourism and Andorra Tourism. This, just to give you an idea of what our goals, we talk about other destinations too, about plans we have for the future. And in the next roundtable, we'll talk about Andorra as a health destination. Having said that, now I'd like to introduce, I'd like to call on our next speaker, Carlos Sendrá. Sorry, Carlos or Carles. He's the Director of Marketing and Communication in Madrid, in Spain. He will give us the data about why this sector is so important in itself. Thank you. Carlos, you have the floor.
Gracias, Judith.
Thank you, Judith, for this presentation. Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in English.
I have two missions now. The first is keeping you awake, which is pretty challenging. And the second is setting the contextual framework on how the travel motivations are evolving during the last years and what's the role of wellness, tourism in this evolution. But first of all, for the few ones that don't know Marian yet, let me briefly introduce you what we do, what we are. Marian is a data intelligence company founded in 2013 in Spain, in a small island, Menorca, by the way, specialized in data analytics for the travel and tourism sector. Today we work in more than 40 countries in order to provide them information based in data analytics. This is based in technology, in AI, but especially in our knowledge regarding tourism. So we help destinations and companies to make better decisions based in data, in information, and also advisory, right? We created the most comprehensive intelligence tool in order to track the full travel cycle, the complete travel cycle, right? Cross-analyzing more than 30 global sources, we can track all the stages of the travel journey, from the inspirational part, how they inspire to travel somewhere, how they buy, how they reserve, the demand and booking, the decision-making process would be the next step, how they experiment, what are their interests, their sentiments, how they spend, how they move during their stay, we can analyze as well, and finally, their feedback of the experience. So how they feel about that experience, which is exactly what's gonna feedback the next travelers. So from here, I will focus in the interest and perception part, which is the base on how we did a study regarding how the travel motivations are evolving globally and what's the role of wellness in all this. But first, let me point out or highlight what's a wellness traveler, right? According to the UN tourism definition, a wellness traveler is the one that engages in preventive, proactive lifestyle, enhancing activities such as fitness, healthy eating, relaxation, pampering, and healing treatments. And this is interesting because this is far from the conception of the wellness traveler, which is basically a person, a traveler, looking for relax only. This is much more. So in 2022, we did that global study about how the travel motivations are moving. We updated last week in order to include 23 data, so this is pretty fresh. It's seeing the light today, actually. And this is based in our social listening techniques. What we do is, using AI, we analyze the sentiment and interest of travelers through their spontaneous conversations in social networks. This is based in a sample of 384 million of tourist comments globally, right? So you can imagine how big is the sample and how relevant could be the results. And it's based on the traditional way of classifying the tourism products, right? The result is pretty interesting. We see a lot of changes, how the motivations are evolving. We will see more detail now. But if we focus on the wellness part, we'll see how this is just a little importance. It seems to be a little importance of that sector. It's slightly growing during the last 5 years from 2019, but it's barely 5% of the travel interest so far. And we know, more than think, that this is a wrong conception, right? Because wellness has a much wider entity that we normally use for measuring it, right? If we see the figures in a different way, we can compare the difference in between 19 to 23, and we will see clearly how wellness is growing, slightly growing, but especially nature and active tourism products are growing a lot. On the other hand, we have different other products, more conventional, let's say, products that are going down and losing importance, like culture, like sunbathing, like shopping, for example. So at this point, we decided to just break down into groups and create 2 different segments in order to better track how these motivations are evolving. So we created 2 groups, conventional motivations and experiential motivations, right? Conventional includes, you see there, art and culture, family activities, nightlife, sunbathing, and shopping. Meanwhile, the experiential activities includes wellness, nature activities, active and lifestyle traveling, and gastronomy, right? Which is, in our vision, much close to what represent actually wellness today, right? The evolution of this is even more clear than before. The experiential travelers, the experiential travel motivations are growing by 8 percentage points during the last 4 years from 2019. And they have a consistent growth that is going to take over conventional motivations to travel by next year or 25, right? And this is an obvious trend based on the triggered basically by the pandemic. It's a cause of the pandemic. And we saw the inflection point in 2021, where we start recovering mobility again, start traveling again. And that inflection point is consistent, and the trend, as I mentioned, is going to stay for long. So experiential traveling and therefore wellness motivations are growing clearly and globally. What's going on in Europe? Going down to Europe data, we see exactly the same trend. We see how experiential traveling is growing about 8.2 percentage points comparing to 19, sorry. And again, the activities, the products, the tourism products that are growing the most are nature, active, and also wellness, right? So we have now a picture pretty clear, not based in assumptions, based in data on how all this is growing. But what are the drivers, the demand drivers on this segment, on what we call wellness or we call experiential traveling? To analyze that, we changed our source. In the first part of this study, we use social networks. In the second part, we use TripAdvisor, which is the largest travel and tourism online portal, especially for activities. And we analyzed 6.7 million of comments in TripAdvisor in order to know what are the main triggers, the main drivers of demand for this wellness or what we call experiential traveling. First, with some difference, is sports and growing. The sports and soft hiking will be the 2 of them that are growing the most. Soft hiking refers to that we were talking, I think Alice was mentioning this morning, the soft adventure is related to that. I mean, it's excursions, it's walking, hiking, not really demanding, right? It's the second most important, followed by water sports. And third, the spa and thermal baths, that would be what we consider traditionally wellness, right? Followed by gastronomic experience and other. So you see that there is a really large percentage of interest in those three, 4, 5 activities or drivers. But we can go even deep down to know what are the activities more demanded globally in terms of experiential traveling. So the top 10 experiential activities across the globe are these. And you will be probably surprised that it's not that complicated. I mean, what is people looking for when traveling for experiences, for wellness? The first is hiking and camping tours, 22% and growing almost 10% comparing to 2019. Then bike tours, you'll see, obviously it's consistent with the previous slide, a lot of soft adventure, a lot of sport, and some spas, some more product related to what is considered the traditional wellness. So, to end, I've shared a lot of information, maybe too much, data. I would like to close with 3 concepts that I think is worth it to highlight. The first is that the conventional tourist, the passive tourist, is evolving to a proactive traveler. So from contemplate to participate, right, in the experience. The second would be that we need to redefine what we consider wellness tourism, and we need to include much more and be more comprehensive in terms of what's the wellness and what's the experiential traveling. And third, outdoor and nature must be in the base of our tourism wellness products. It's as simple as that. And could be as simple as just walking, as you see in this data. I mean, we don't need to do really special and complex services or products. People is looking for soft adventure related to other type of service on wellness. This is it. I think this is a good baseline to start discussing with the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Now I will introduce the panelists of this panel, and then they'll speak 10 minutes each of their projects, so we know them before we go into the discussion. First, I'd like to welcome David Astrier. He's currently the director of Iconic Andorra. Welcome, David.
¿Me siento?
I think you know this parroquia, eh?
Yes, I do.
Then we have Athina Babakou. She's the Director of Strategic Planning, Ministry of Tourism of Greece. Thank you, Athina. Last but not least, Emma Heffley, a Director of Marketing and PR at Shenot Group in Switzerland. Thanks, Emma. Now I'd like to ask David if you can tell us a bit about your project.
Okay.
Aquí és per davant i aquest darrere.
Well, my presentation was in English at the beginning, and I was told to speak in English, but as we are in Andorra la Vella, I think I can speak in Catalan. And afterwards, in the questions time, if you have questions, I will answer in English, okay? So here we are. This is Iconic, High Altitude Training Center. I think, perdó, he dit que parlaria en català.
Sorry, I said I was going to speak Catalan. I'm kicked off in English. I think the best thing I can do right now is to launch the video. We can watch that, and then we can continue with some explanations.
impressive high-performance center located at 2,508 meters altitude, where the culture of sport and nature merge to offer the athlete a unique experience. High Performance Center with 81 rooms with capacity for 140 people. Highly equipped chill zone for mental and physical relaxation. Oxygen is essential for the increase of red blood cells and sports improvement. Necessary and vital oxygen that enters through the air we breathe in order to reach the muscle required during exercise. Overnight stays at altitude promote the increase of red blood cells in our cells and therefore improve the overall capabilities of sports practice. The use of altitude as a means to improve sports performance is a scientifically proven fact. Here you will reach the top. Nature's the big thing in Andorra, as 90% of this fantastic country is nature. Andorra has an average altitude of 1,996 meters, and 90% of its territory is forested. The 468 square kilometers that make up its territory are home to everything you need to make your stay a unique experience. Its standard of living, with excellent safety indexes, the ideal weather for hard workouts in spring and summer, as there are 300 days of sunshine a year. Its incredible environment and the facility to be able to disconnect in the middle of nature make Andorra an extraordinary place, simply unique. In Andorra, you will guarantee perfect training sessions. Andorra puts within your reach the lakes of glacial origin. Scattered throughout the geography of our principality, there are more than 80 lakes of various sizes. To discover them is to discover the beauty offered by the high mountain landscapes. Incredible facilities and an extremely sustainable construction with passive house essence, following the most demanding standards of environmental respect. A work totally integrated in nature and within the Grand Valira Ski Resort. This is a country with amazing life value. Andorra has a quality of life that makes it the ideal place to live in. Its natural environment provides Andorra with excellent air quality 90% of the time, thanks to its location in the mountains. It's because of this and other factors that Andorra leads the world in life expectancy. Iconic will become the high-altitude performance center of reference.
Bé, per començar, això...
Okay, so that's not true. Not going to be 2025. We've had a few bumps along the way. So actually it will open in 2027, not 2025, as it said in the video. But as you heard in the video, Iconic is a complex which is 2,508 meters above sea level, the highest in Europe. Who can go to Iconic? Well, all types of athletes, professional, but also amateur athletes. And let's talk about another business line that we've been working on from Iconic, open to public, people who've suffered injuries. It's a recovery center. It was administrative concession up till 2016, 2005 to 2016, I think, and then it was handed over as a natural space, but it's a real country project because Iconic won't have its own sports facilities. It won't have an athletics track or an Olympic swimming pool because we've already got these. We've got Olympic pools, we've got 25-meter pools, we've got running tracks. What we've got is a potential agreement between all of the different administrations in Andorra to share their facilities. It's in the vanguard. As you've seen in the video, its passive house criteria are behind the building of those facilities for sports and medical facilities, but there's also a very cutting-edge approach. And Andorra Telecom is going to be providing the telecommunication and telecoms links, and they're cutting edge. Now, 2021, globally, 295 billion euros were moved in the sports market, and that's likely to go up to 395 billion by 2025. So this is a sector that really cannot be ignored. All of these items mean that we are part of a very powerful ecosystem, and it's a real attraction for the future. It's a magnet, if you like. This is a photo of what we expect Iconic will look like when it's finished. On the left-hand side, you have what's currently a Sud Radio building that was built in 1964. It's a radio broadcaster that broadcasts to Andorra and to France. We can say two things about this. It was visited by General de Gaulle in 1967. He came to visit the radio transmitting network, and the design is based on a ship. If you look at the tower, it makes you think really of a funnel of a ship. So the old subradio building, that is going to be the restaurant area, and the gym, which will be underneath, and the restaurant above. The 360-degree rooftop is reserved for product presentations, team meetings for cyclists, football, rugby teams, whatever. Then behind that, and that occupies the whole ground floor, training and performance zone. And all of these little brown windows you see, these are rooms, which are passive house design elements. So the more time you spend there, the more red blood cells you create, and the greater your performance will be. More than 200 professional sportspersons living in Andorra, many of which, or of whom, are cyclists, but also MotoGP, former footballers. And it's no coincidence. The altitude means that people can really improve their yield, their performance, as well as having, well, because we've got winter and summer schools, sports rather, a lot of sports persons come. We have a large number of sunny days per year, 300 days of sunshine. And that's, of course, is very favorable to being able to be out training. The sports infrastructures, the whole country has a good road structure. It's great for cyclists, but also the mountains are a big part of that. As we said before, it's a very safe country, a country with a very high quality of life, and of course it's in a strategic location. We don't have an airport. We have two airports, Toulouse to the north, Barcelona to the south, 2 hours and 2.5 hours away, respectively. Benefits of altitude training for sports are explained here. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it improves aerobic capacity because of the fact that when you're at altitude, there is less oxygen, so the blood has to transport more oxygen, or sorry, to create more red blood cells, corrects the speaker. That's the second point, increased red blood cell production. The fact that you're at altitude automatically means that it stimulates the metabolism in terms of fat metabolism, enhanced cardiovascular system that all aerobic sports do. We get a better efficiency of the oxygen that's coming into our bodies. And I also want to very much highlight there are studies that have proven that working in epoxy, that's to say with less oxygen, epoxia, when you're training in epoxy, that it is beneficial for another type of activity. And I'm talking about the medical area, both in terms of injury prevention and post-traumatic recovery. When we suffer lesions or injuries, you get better faster at 2,500 meters with hypoxia. The body produces HIF protein, which basically triggers a capillarization process which works through all tissues, including the muscle tissue. And that means that all the muscles get more nutrients through the blood, and this it increases recovery times. And this is one of the things that we're using to really boost Iconic, because we're talking about preventing injuries, but also post-traumatic recovery. And then we can, I think we can come back into greater detail at the end of the questions, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Now we'll go from the very top of Andorra to the mesmerizing country of the Mediterranean, Greece. Athina Babakou, Director of Strategic Planning, Ministry of Tourism. Yeah, that's forward. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Buenos dias. I would like to thank you, to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. My presentation today will focus on health tourism in Greece, the challenges that we face and the perspectives for its development. So health tourism, according to the Greek legislation, comprises three forms: medical tourism, thermal tourism, and wellness tourism. According to Hippocrates of Kos, the father of modern medicine, well-being means health and living in connection with nature, in harmony with nature. And this wisdom, going back thousands of years, gives us the opportunity to create a purely Greek brand around wellness. So, as Hippocrates said 25 centuries ago, if you want to learn about the health of a population, look at the air they breathe, the water they drink, and the places where they live. And nowadays, Greece, taking advantage of its volcanic landscape, has dozens of thermal springs, and we have until now officially recognized 84 thermal springs. We have also licensed 35 thermal spa facilities and thalassotherapy centers, and hundreds of hotels boast their sophisticated spa facilities. So as you can see, the majority of thermal springs are operated at municipal level, and another half are private-owned, operated by the private sector. And the majority of them are found on the Greek mainland, which makes us think that strategically, that since thermal tourism can promote and support product differentiation in Greece, can also decentralize tourism development from the well-known and popular Greek islands to the Greek mainland. Some examples, for instance, this is Loutraki, a spa town located near Athens, 1 hour away from Athens, and it's one of the most historic thermal baths of Greece. The Pousa baths in the northern part of Greece have become the most popular destination for spa goers. And yes, there has been a decades-long neglect in investments in thermal tourism, and because thermal tourism contributes to product differentiation, which is one of our strategic goals, we now prioritize the development of the sector by committing 28 million euros from the Recovery and Resilience Fund for this purpose. Besides thermal tourism, there has been a steady development of wellness tourism throughout the country. And we are talking mostly about hotel spas, including several hotel-based thalassotherapy centers. And following a first wave of internationally inspired treatments, such as therapeutic techniques mostly of Asian origin, and growing number of hotel spas is now turning to Greek history and local products for creating offerings with a strong sense of place. Here are some examples of Greek-inspired spa treatments, and these treatments being offered mostly by hotel spas, both on the islands and the Greek mainland, are based on emblematic Greek products such as olive oil, honey, yogurt, and Greek herbs. Market research has shown that the average wellness guests are mostly women, middle-aged, of higher income, married, of higher education, and employed. And this is the key element of health tourism in Greece, medical tourism. This sector is being currently under development with a growing number of businesses and medical institutions directing their attention to this rapidly growing market. And we are now in the process of positioning Greece as a medical tourism destination, combining quality, affordability, accessibility, and availability of services. I would just like to stress the quality factor in our case, thanks to the highly skilled and excellently trained doctors that we have in our country. And among our priorities is the legislative framework review, ensuring the highest quality of services. The medical tourist visa is now in progress, a work in progress. And also we are activating a registry for medical tourism providers. We are also highly encouraging the private sector to form clusters and networks to promote medical tourism, and also to acquire international medical tourism certification. To sum up, I would just like to mention the challenges, the key challenges for our ministry. First, we need to tackle the lack of reliable, comparable data for evidence-based policy making. Many speakers at this Congress have made these notes also so far. And we also need to identify and approach the most attractive source markets. Another challenge is to engage in product development that will bring the health sector in closer contact with the traditional players of the tourism industry. And from such cooperation, we expect that more sophisticated health tourism offerings and experiences will also involve other segments, will also be destined for the mass market, the luxury segment, not to focus only on health tourism. Of course, it's very important, and we need to make sure that health tourism will create tangible benefits for the local population, for the local societies, and that the present and future workers will acquire all the needed skill set to offer health tourism experiences of the highest quality. So what is our agenda? What is in the agenda that we are considering for the near future? Investments through our resilience and reform plan on health and tourism services to improve services and facilities. Also, the Greek incentives law helps a lot to that direction. Quantifiable research on source markets and, in general, data collection. And of course, we would really need to adopt best practices, and I believe also I see this meeting as a great opportunity not only to network but to also cooperate and learn from each other. And see all the potential avenues for cooperation. And I know that in this room there are representatives from countries with a rich know-how in health tourism, that we could really also make good use of this know-how in our country. So I would like to thank you for your attention.
Okay, now, Emma, it's your turn. She can give you, the green is forward, the red is backward.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm presenting in English. Like all British people, I'm terrible at languages, and I'm struggling with German at the moment, so Catalan might be a stretch too far for me. But yeah, this is what I'm going to talk to you about, linking health, wellness, and hospitality, which is what we're focused on at Chanot. We were asked to present 7 slides. I've squeezed in 9, but 2 of them are pictures, so I hope that you'll forgive me. This is the first one. So this is Chanot Palace Vegas. That's Vegas, not Vegas. When I told my friends that I was moving to Switzerland and working at a wellness retreat in Vegas, they were like, do people go to Vegas and do detox? Probably also to do with my terrible German pronunciation. Anyhow, this is Vegas. It's one of 5 properties that we have. It's our flagship, and we're very proud of it. You can see the small little building. It looks small, but only because of our massive medical spa. But it's a beautiful Belle Epoque building where we house some of our beautiful rooms where people stay. When people come to Chanot, they stay for a minimum of 7 nights and they complete a medically supervised detox. I didn't actually include many stats because I don't have my own stats like Carlos did, but I thought this was really interesting. Some of you are probably aware of this. There's a big piece of work that's done by the Global Wellness Institute every year, monitoring the wellness economy. And if you look at wellness tourism as a sector of that economy, it's projected to be worth 1.4 trillion by 2027, which is just phenomenal. That is a 16.6% growth year on year from where it's at in 2022. Wellness tourism as a sector of the wellness economy is actually only second to wellness real estate. And I think that's really interesting because it points to the trends that we're seeing where wellness is no longer considered to just be a spa treatment. It's very much a part of people's lives. And I think that's largely come from the responsibility people now see for their own health as a result of COVID. So in terms of what we do specifically at Chanot, I think the first distinction that I should make is that we always refer to health wellness rather than health and wellness as separate things. I think it's really important that people understand the importance of their health and, look at it as a united thing. And I think what this graph really shows is this sense that I think people have become a bit afraid of aging. Aging now is synonymous with a decline in health, but we don't feel that it should be that way. There's obviously different types of aging. You can't impact your chronological age. So along the bottom, obviously, you can see the years we're getting older. But I think nobody would say, I want to live till I'm 120 because you think, I don't want to end up in a care home or, in a frail condition. So what we really focus on at Chanot is extending this point at which you start to see a decline in your functional age and your biological age, so the age you are inside. 2 of the key things that we're focusing on are resilience and adaptability. Obviously, we've made huge advancements as a human race in terms of technology, industrialization, but genetically, we can't keep up. Our genes don't evolve as quickly as our lifestyle has. So you can see here, obviously, that your life kind of isn't linear in terms of your health. You get different inputs that can be stressors, whether it's the environment, your work, your relationships. And really, you've got 2 options. You can either strengthen those boundaries, or you can create more adaptability. So that's really what we're trying to help our clients to do. So we're very much diagnostic focused. When guests come to us for the week, it starts off with medical consultations, nutritional consultations, and bioenergetic consultations. So the blend of Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine is really important for us. So we go through this process of diagnosing the current state of health. In fact, most of our diagnostics are non-invasive. We can do blood tests, but just because we're medical, it doesn't mean that our tests are invasive. We're measuring things like heavy metal toxicity, skin collagen thickness, all of these different things that can contribute to you aging biologically faster. And then we can work with you to find out what is your vitality score and how can we help you to enhance it. So there's a big education piece here. One of our key aims is to help our guests to develop healthy habits. I think most people know what they should be doing to help enhance their health span, but maybe they need a bit of a reset. So really people come to Chanot to get that sort of cellular reset. And I'll show you a little bit more about what our method involves. So the Chenot method was actually first developed 50 years ago by our founder, Henri Chenot, and he developed this, this protocol for helping to enhance vitality and wellness. And the core components of the method, which I'll show you, have actually stayed pretty similar over the years. What we've added now is more of the technology, the scientific research. There's so much science emerging in aging that we can add a lot of treatments to complement the method that we already had. So one of the first pillars, as I sort of touched on earlier, is personalization. So the first step is to really get to know the guest, to go through a series of tests and to really understand the individual, both emotionally and physically. The second picture here is referring to a molecular lab that we have, which is an approach to epigenetic testing. So here we can measure the mRNA of a guest, which is downstream from the DNA, so it's slightly different to the other types of genetic testing, in that you can see whether a gene is expressed or not. So whether or not you have a gene doesn't necessarily mean that you will go on to develop a disease. It's more about how your lifestyle is impacting the expression of those genes. So we have a panel of genes that we know will contribute to faster biological aging, faster functional decline, and we can see which of those genes are overexpressed. For example, ones linked to inflammation. They could be an indicator that you might be, on track to develop a disease, but 20 years ahead of, symptoms occurring. So it's really, really powerful diagnostics here. The second component is the Chenot diet. So this is a calorie-restricted, fast-mimicking diet, and it consists of 850 calories a day. There's no salt, no dairy or animal protein, and it's not because we advocate for a vegan diet on an ongoing basis, but it triggers a specific metabolic effect within the body where you go from being in growth mode to being in repair mode. So this is where you start to renew your cells, to recycle dead cells and really clear away the debris. As you can see, our chef does an amazing job. He's from Sicily. We've actually just released a cookbook, and you can find some of the recipes online, but he does an amazing job considering there's no salt, no sugar, you can't have any caffeine. Yeah, incredible what he does. Another really important pillar is hydrotherapy. So every day, as well as having this diet, our guests have a series of treatments. So a hydrotherapy bath, which is normally at around 38 to 40 degrees. That's followed by phyto mud wrapping, again, really warm, really encouraging you to sweat out the toxins, to get the circulation going, so it really complements the diet. It's almost like when you have a fever, your body's telling you, I don't want to be fed, and I need to sweat this out. It's very much the same process, so you're trying to get your body into this recovery and repair mode. And then afterwards, you go into the hydrojet, which some of the guests call the torture chamber, but you essentially get hosed off with water of varying temperatures. And then you have a daily massage where we use electrostimulated cupping. This is all designed to stimulate the energy flow to the different meridians of the body. So there's very much a balance of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. And then the final aspect is the Chinese medicine. So you will have a series of acupuncture, we will establish the energy flow and energy blockages to the different organs, and then your Chinese medicine or your energetic doctor will work with the masseuse so that they know which areas they need to stimulate the energy flow to. So that's kind of the core protocol, the Chenot method, which forms the basis of all of our programs. But then, as you can see, we have a wealth of other different treatments that get added onto your program depending on what your needs are. So, for example, if you're really, really hyper-stressed and we want to get the body into relaxation mode, we can do neuroacoustic relaxation, which transforms your brain waves from beta into alpha. We have hypoxia, hyperoxia training, so not on such a sophisticated level as you, but we get guests to breathe intermittently low and high concentrations of oxygen. We also have an altitude chamber. We have photobiomodulation. If you don't know about this, it's a specific form of red light therapy. It's an incredible piece of equipment. We've got a whole body photobiomodulation machine, which essentially looks like a tanning bed, but your cells absorb this red light and it feeds your mitochondria, the energy powerhouses of your cells, so it's really re-energizing. We also have cryotherapy, which is at minus 110 degrees. I guess your guests will just be able to go outside in the snow. So that's the end of the Chenot method, and just the final picture as promised. Thank you. Huh?
We all want to go to Chenot. Okay, thank you so much. I feel really privileged to run this panel. We have a perfect combination of private sector projects, some really innovative and new and working process, but very much focused. Someone with a lot of experience in the sector, like Chenot, it's a big name in the sector, a Ministry of Tourism, and someone specialized in data. So let's go ahead. I wanted to ask, because we're talking here today about health tourism, but Chenot started, I think, the first clinic in 1970. That's a long time ago. I wanted to ask you, but then of course you can jump into it. Which trends have you seen? Of course not you, Emma, because you are too young to see it from 1970, but...
No, it's just the Chenot method.
Okay.
I'm 60.
All right, okay. That's the best way to convince to go to Chenot. But then, which trends have you seen in the sector? As per demand, what are the tourists demanding, but also supply? I guess things have changed a lot since Chenot started.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely seeing a big change in the sort of profile of guests. Of course, we've always had our sort of, our legacy client who tend to be maybe a bit older. Maybe actually they weren't old when they first started going to Chenot, but they're a bit older, and probably much more heavily skewed towards women. Whereas now we're sitting at around 60% women, 40% men, and the age range goes from anything from sort of 20s, if they're fortunate to be able to come in their 20s, to 80, you know, it's really broad, but I think more broadly in the wellness sector, it's a case of people being more intentional when they're having a wellness experience. Mm-hmm. Wellness doesn't mean necessarily a spa treatment anymore. And, you know, I think I deal in my role with journalists, and it's quite hard to get them to come to experience Chenot for a week, because they're like, I can't take a week out of my schedule. But I think people now are recognizing the importance of investing in their self, in their health, and they're more willing to spend more time to do it. And obviously Chenot is kind of at this very high level, but I think these sort of trends always start, don't they, where the kind of the funding and the money is, and I think the sort of tourism sector is sort of paving the way for governments to start making these changes in real estate, in the way that, you know, places are built to offer more health opportunities.
And have you also seen a change in the supply? You have more competition? I guess when you started.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants a piece of that pie, don't they? I think it's so broad. I think the challenge that we come across is that, you know, with marketing, there's so many claims. And I think our model has always been built around wellness, whereas there are a lot of kind of existing players in the hospitality space that are now adding this spa wellness component. But it's very difficult to get staff, for example, doctors who understand hospitality and can really understand that the guests are going through quite an intense process and they need to feel cared for and looked after, in the same way that it's hard to find hospitality staff that understand the sort of medical aspect of what they're going through, and getting the two to work together and not treating wellness just as a revenue driver, I think can be challenging for other players.
Carlos, does it make sense to you, to the data men?
Yeah, referring to what Emma was, do you hear me?
Yes.
What Emma was referring, I think it's, I mean, the change on that, the evolution on that demand, it's a switch on the mindset. generational switch, I would say. If we recall our parents' generation, they don't really used to do any sport even, right? So the society is moving towards being more conscious and more preventive. So probably at the time that this type of services start, people that went there were for an illness, basically, to get better, right? They already have something to recover, but now people is doing that step forward in order to prevent and start having more healthy habits, a more balanced body and mind in order to have a longer and better life, probably.
Yeah, really interesting. I was also very interested, Athena, how, because for me Greece has everything. I mean, has everything, the sea, the air, the food, the culture, and how a Ministry of Tourism has decided to go that way of the health tourism. Which was the main motivation? Because that hasn't been new. You've been working on that road for a while.
Yes, well, it's a strategic goal for us, product differentiation, so we have to prioritize specific products. And of course, because also it's the resources are there, so we have to get the best out of them. You cannot neglect them from your tourism product portfolio. So you have to see what are your offerings, in this case towards health tourists, and do this kind of mapping and research. And then engage in product development, everything around this product, and then to market it aggressively, we might say, to specific target groups, to attractive source markets for Greece. So it's not, of course, only health tourism. There are other forms of tourism, but we believe that there is real perspective, and also that there are many parts of Greece, and we see there are resources for health tourism on the mainland, mainly. That are not, we have not taken full advantage of them. So there are things, many things to do.
So are you also seeing the trend that Emma was saying, that really there is more demand at younger age?
Yes,
are you seeing
there
that?
is more demand. This is the trend, a global trend as far as we know and read. And it was after the COVID-19, after the pandemic, that was really greater. So it was really obvious that well-being and wellness are motivation for tourists, for travelers, also not only in our daily life, but also during our trips. And there's also, from the supply perspective, what we see is that, well, I presented 3 forms, but there are not many boundaries among them. So from the perspective of supply, we see that there are interlinkages between these sectors. There are clinics and hospitals that offer also wellness spa facilities, and vice versa.
Thank you. David, very special project for Andorra. Let me say we are very happy that this is happening. We know it's going to be a flagship for Andorra, but also internationally. Okay, I would like, because I know this project, it's so special because the way it's been designed and the strategy behind. Can you tell us a bit what's your focus on the strategy? It's not only a high intensity for sport people or athletes, it's much more than that. Can you tell us?
Yeah, I think it's much more than that. And first of all, I would like to highlight what Carlos and Emma have said 5 minutes ago. It's how many people used to run marathons like 20, 25 years ago? How many people used to race in Ironman 25 years ago?
Not even jogging. I mean,
not even jogging, that's correct. And how many people run marathons and cycling races and Ironman right now? I mean, it's from the moment you hang on your race, 3 or 4 days later, it's booked. So there's a clear trend to practice more and more sports. That's point number 1. Andorra has all these let's say, ecosystem to practice sport here. Winter sport, but also summer sport. Good mountain roads, that's why a lot of cyclists, pro cyclists are living here in Andorra. And then the climate, as I said before, we have 300 days of sunny days here in Andorra, although being a mountain country, and that makes a perfect place to train and to live in. But Iconic is not only a training center, a high-performance center. It is a high-performance center, and that's the line that we are following to attract more and more athletes to come here and prepare the races. But the other line we are trying to work on very hard is the medical line. When you are a sportsman or an athlete and you are injured, you're losing money. Yeah. And what you want is to come back to your real life as an athlete. So we have to, make this period the shorter as possible, so as the athlete can return to his normal life and earn his money as a professional sportsman. And in Iconic, we are working very hard to develop a method with a very, very high-level medical staff working in it to try to make this period of time where you're injured a lot shorter. And that's still working on it, and I think in a few time we will be able to give a little bit more of information.
That's a good challenge
to have.
Good challenge. But yeah, really, really interesting. I think you're also trying to cater not only for the athletes, but also maybe for...
Good point, yes. Not only pro sportsmen, pro athletes, but also amateur. Okay. Myself, I do Ironman or marathons, and like me, any other people. And after the COVID especially, people like training, people like performing in marathons. They want to decrease their times, and amateur athletes are also welcome in Iconic, because they also want to feel the way that the pro athletes are training, are living, and as an amateur training next to a pro athlete is like a special moment for them.
Absolutely. What I've also seen, I was, maybe it was a month ago, and another panel more focused on sport tourism. And of course, that's, as you said, Carlos, that's also a growing trend. And we saw, maybe that's a bit out by that I have you here, we've also seen how, Iconic can be an example, how supply and infrastructure is also adapting to this demand. No? Is that something that you're also seeing? So, for example, they were telling me, I didn't know, that there are hotels that they already have almost like the gym within the room. No? Are you seeing that also?
Yeah, what we are seeing in the sector is every time more and more we are on top of the preferences. So analyzing the trends, the data about what are the travelers looking for in order to adapt the offer. That's the key. We need to know what are the expectations, what are the needs, what are they looking for, if they are professionals, they are amateurs, in order to offer them an accurate service, right? So that's the trend that unfortunately we're seeing since we are in that business. And yeah, hyper-personalization, not only online. Hyper-personalization is normally used in the online sector, but also in services. I've been in several places that they just ask you if you want to have some staff to do your own exercises at the room and specific space. So there is a lot of that happening now. And recalling the first part of the question you were asking, sports are the main driver for demand on the experiential traveling. And growing, it was about 9% growing, 25% of the interest of experiential activities is on sports. So it's a matter of data that this is a huge segment and growing. So it's pretty obvious that we all need to focus on that.
There's no brainer, yeah, that's true. I'll ask Emma, but I would like you to think about what are your biggest challenges? Sheno, biggest challenges?
I think sort of touching on what you said, it's this sense of kind of personalization and, you know, you get to know these guests so well in 7 days. And for a model that's built on a sort of an on-site experience and an on-site service, how do you keep engaging with those people and ensuring that the things that you've taught them or the self-awareness that you've created continues after they leave? Like, we have clients that come, you know, some clients come 4 times a year. The majority of people only come, you know, once or twice a year. So what are they doing in those 6 months before their next visit that's impacting their epigenetics? And I think that's just a whole other kind of challenge, isn't it? Staying engaged with people while still providing that exceptional on-site experience. And I think it's definitely something we're looking to evolve over the coming years.
That's interesting. And you, David?
I totally agree with Emma. I mean, personalization is for me the key factor.
Okay.
There's no, I mean, all the athletes are different. And one athlete will need a special kind of nutrition. Another athlete will need another one. And yeah, time of recovery, for example. One cyclist has a very short period of recovery, whereas a rugby player, for example, needs more time to recover, okay? So personalization, I think, is a key factor to, to strengthen, you know, these links between the service you are giving and the athletes that come to our center.
And what about for a country? What is the biggest demand from?
The challenges are many, but I would say firstly governance issues. But we have also a new legislative framework regarding the destination management and marketing organization, because all these, the creation of hubs and all this, it has to be at destination level and not at regional and local level, not only at national level. So how we all combine these priorities, it's a real challenge, and how it's going to work. So the legislative framework is quite new, and we are going to see within the next 2 to 3 years how it will work. Another challenge for me, speaking about legislation, is that we should not create hindrance to the private sector. Sometimes that we legislate and we try to find balance between different stakeholders and their interests, and we have to be ahead and not restrict their performances of the private sector. So this is a big challenge for the ministry side.
Yeah, in that respect, she's a minister in Greece, but if you could ask your policymakers or, you know, the public sector, also the private sector, your competitors, or what do you need from the place where you are at that can help you grow?
I think that's what you said is such a good example, and actually it's a challenge for us as well. We have a very multinational audience, and we also have a very multinational staff, and that's very common in hospitality. You get people from many different countries coming and working together, but when you're delivering something medical, particularly somewhere like Switzerland, where the regulation is so strict, you know, doctors have to be at a certain level of German in order to be able to practice in our canton of Lucerne. They have to have a certain specialism, and when you're dealing with preventative medicine, you know, that's not always the case. They won't always be, you know, a brain surgeon or an oncologist or something. So that makes it difficult for us. As you said, there's amazing talent in Greece, but for us it's hard to get Greek doctors that are willing to learn German and come to Switzerland to practice.
Yeah, that's a good challenge. You, David, what do you think that policymakers can do? Or if there's anything, maybe, you know, sometimes it's like leave us alone.
Well, I must say they've done quite a lot so far. Yeah, as I was saying in my presentation, this is a country project, so it comes from an agreement, a license that was given to us. So this is a big step that they did, the government. But one thing, and I agree with Emma again, is if we want to attract medical services, we need a very, very strong and very good professionals. And these professionals have to find all the facilities to come here and to work here and give the best services possible.
I can see that the keystone of the sector. Do you see any, from what you've been
In our
researching?
In our case, it's obviously more related to data, right?
Yeah.
And all that regulations that obviously are needed about privacy and all that. But I always say that I hear really often in a lot of conferences the need of collaboration in between private and public sector, which is true. But what I see in my daily work is there is a lack of collaboration between public and public sector.
That's
So they don't
interesting.
collaborate to each other, they don't share information, even in the same country, even in the same region, and that's actually a lack of resources that they can generate a synergy in order to have more information and make better decisions. That would be what I would ask to the public institutions to do.
Very interesting, that point. I hadn't thought about it, but it's true. It's true, it can be. There is a topic that now we are talking a lot in the tourism sector. It's the sustainability. How, of course, tourism has to be sustainable. How too many people doesn't make the destination sustainable, but too little, etc. How do you see this sector? Would you see any relationship with sustainability? That's a hard question, I know. And maybe we can talk for half an hour more about this topic.
Well, I do.
Or is for you, I can say, is for you an important matter?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, and I do find that there is a match between this type of tourism and sustainability. If we talk about sustainability, we can talk about economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. In our project, Iconic, first point, economical sustainability, I have to say that our country has lived very long from trade and tourism. And now all the way is balancing towards tourism and not trade anymore. And really this tourism, we have to focus on reducing the footprint, the carbon footprint. And the sports tourism is a very low carbon footprint in this point of view. From the economical point of view, I think we are giving an added value to this kind of tourism. And from the social point of view, I would like to say that we are already a country very related to sports and nature. So it's going to be easy for us to communicate to the world that Iconic is waiting for athletes to come here and train here or recover here in Andorra and in Iconic particularly. And from the environmental point of view, the video said it all. 90% of our territory is covered by trees or nature, so we have the perfect playground to do it.
Absolutely. For you, Athena, is that important?
It's of course the same. Sustainable tourism development is our strategic goal. Yes, we, as I said before, the new governance framework with destination marketing and management organizations, we expect that it's going to help us and support to this direction. It also enables synergies between the public and the private sector in terms of promotion, but not only promotion, also management. And yes, everything that we do towards the direction of diversification of our tourism product portfolio, we do believe that will help us also to achieve sustainable tourism development, to have more destinations that will promote themselves as tourist destinations in our country, and have tourists there as well.
Thanks. For Sheno, is that sustainable or is not?
I mean, with any kind of spa concept, it's so hard to be truly sustainable, isn't it? If you think about the amount of towels and sheets that we go through with these treatments that people are having. They're spending 6 hours a day in the spa. But, you know, we do what we can. I think we're looking at now creating a system where we use the lake water for our cooling system. We also use the lake water as our water source, so purifying our own water. And there's many resorts, like Six Senses are probably the leader in this sort of space. So just reducing the environmental impact that we're currently having. But then very much for all of our new projects, it's something that, you know, investors won't even work with you if you can't prove that you're going to build in a sustainable way. You know, thinking about things like you were saying, kind of the landscaping and the environment that you're in is super important. And just even for us, food waste, we're quite fortunate everybody follows the same diet, so we basically have no food waste, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, that's obviously a lot easier for us to achieve because we don't have animal products. Everything is plant-based, and the majority of people are eating the same diet. But yeah, things like these kind of in the hospitality sector are quite hard to achieve.
Yeah, again, it's a challenge for the sector because, as you said, it involves a lot of waste and towels and linen and all that. Carlos, is that something that the tourists are taking into account, or not yet?
Just to following with your previous question, I think wellness has a lot to do with tourism sustainability for destinations, and again, it's data. I mean, this is not massive tourism, so it's not about quantitative, how many people visiting, it's qualitative visitors. It's not seasonal, so it's not causing seasonality, one of the big problems, for example, in the Mediterranean destinations. And in average, and this is data again, they spend above the average by far, right, during their stay. They stay longer, they spend more, and then the accommodation offer or the services, the supply chain offering that services is normally much more engaged with sustainability practices, as Emma was just now saying. So the concept itself of the wellness product in a broad concept can help a lot in terms of improving sustainability to a lot of destinations. And by the way, in the case of Greece, it has islands and the sea, even though we are in a mountain congress, I'm sorry about that, but I'm an island guy. And I think islands and the sea has a lot to do with also wellness, and there is a lot of possibilities. And for sure, Greece has a great option there.
Well, sometimes we say Andorra is like an island, no? Somehow there are some comparisons that we can make there.
Don't tell that to a Menorquin. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll put it in another way then. Okay, I don't know whether there's anything else that you would like to add. The time of the panel, it's
There was just one interesting stat that actually I forgot to mention, which was also from the Global Wellness Institute, that international wellness tourists spend 41% more than standard international tourists. So I think that just sort of sums up how important wellness is now as an aspect of tourism.
Absolutely.
So more wealth and less impact.
Less impact.
And also, which is also interesting, when thinking about wellness tourism related to sports, activities, outdoor activities, nature, most of the time are local, small companies, small and medium-sized companies providing all that services. So that helps that the wealth, the incomes of tourism penetrate more in the local economy as well.
Yeah,
so that's another important point.
That's a very good point also. Yeah.
I would like to say, well, it was Mrs. Bayon, I think, in the morning that said, I would like also to stress that education and in combination with sustainability. I don't believe that all of us, we are talking about sustainable tourism development, and we want to get informed and before we choose a destination. But then when we go, we are not behaving that's in such a sustainable way. So education also will be very helpful.
Yeah, great. So we'll keep working to make health tourism still more reality. Yeah, thanks. I don't know whether Anyone in the audience would like to ask anything? ¿Alguna pregunta?
Any questions, please?
We've convinced them, so thank you so much. It's been really, really enriching, and then we'll keep working for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moltes gràcies.
Well, thank you very much. This initial afternoon session was very interesting. Let's carry on with health tourism now with a conversation as well as a presentation of two speakers. This is a conversation between two people with Laszlo Puszko, Director General, Health Tourism Worldwide from Hungary, and Joan Muro, President of the Association of Health Tourism in Andorra Health Destination in Andorra. So before this, I'd like to remind you, I'd like to thank all those people who provide support, this Congress with support and made it possible. Thanks to all collaborators, the Principality of Andorra, the different parishes and districts, Visit Andorra, Andorra Telecom, Crean, Cambea, Cal de Gran Valira, Resource, and Natureland de Palau, and the ice rink in Andorra, Andorra Turismo. Thanks to one and all of them for making this event possible. And as you know, we also have the Encamp municipality, which is hosting its events. Our final two speakers. First of all, Laszlo Puszko, who gives workshops of well-being experiences. He's also got a great deal of experience in both public and private sector. He's one of the few people in the world who's been active in all aspects and all areas of health, wellness, and travel, i.e. medical and wellness tourism, hospitality, spas, and other experiences of leisure. He's an economist by training as well as a director of art and design. He has masters, a PhD, and is a management consultant. He's the other person who's there, Joan Muro, who's a journalist, an MBA in ESADE, president of Andorra Health Destination. He's a marketing director and sales in Selvab and director of the Celica Clinic, a clinic which carries out personalized treatments with stem cells in Andorra for specific pathologies. In 2021, with the name of diversifying economic and tourist offerings of Andorra, he set up the Andorra Health Destination with the support of Andorra Business and now has 18 companies in the country in wellness and health. So I now shall put you in the hands of Mr. Laszlo Puszko and Mr. Joan Muro, who have the floor. Thank you very much.
So very good afternoon. Evening, can I say? Evening, halfway. First of all, thank you for being here. I understand that we are the last session, so that's, it's a celebrating last session. It's fantastic. Then you can have your dinner ready, so everybody's waiting for that. So I would like to quickly go into the presentation, please, because I want to take you to a little ride, if that's okay with you. You have seen a lot of information about high-end exclusive products. The iconic, the Chanel, and all of that, that's minuscule compared to the demand that you might have in Andorra and in Spain. One of the slides said 200 compared to 85,000. Remember that data? It's exactly what I'm talking about. I want to talk about the other 84,800. You have heard the 200 presentation. I give you the rest of the presentation. All right, we have had status anxiety. It's part of modern life, as again, Western modern life. But I think we need to think of health anxiety. Post-COVID, obviously, that's a result of COVID, but also pre-COVID, we already have had discussions about health in a complex way. And I like this little word, which is exhaustipated. You know that expression? I don't want to read it out because it's impolite, but you know what it means. That you just don't even care anymore because you're so tired. In terms of traveling for health, and I heard the GWI data, which is quite entertaining since they learned from wellness tourism from us, so it is good to have the confirmation. The medical side and awareness side, because you heard that Iconic is now looking at the medical side, we have invasive, non-invasive, and we have different levels of engagement. And what's changed significantly that in the healthy services spectrum, people used to be happy to have it, whereas in health tourism, especially medical, they needed to have it. Don't forget, most people don't want to travel for medical reasons, but they need to, because they have access, price, specialist, and of course in wellness we want to, because it's voluntary. What's changed, that the healthy services became a want to. I'm really interested in something which is more on the healthy side as an alternative. So there's a significant change. In terms of products, I'm not going to read everything. You can certainly make all the photos that everybody does in presentations, so you don't need to make notes. Don't forget, healthy services is the vast majority of the market. The rest is small. And when you have such focused products that we heard before, is the niche of the niche of the niche, which is nothing wrong about, but you shouldn't have expectations that it will change the whole destination, it will change the whole offer. Of course, they can be flagships, but the vast majority of people should also benefit from your destination's health-improving services. I think what's very important for everybody to understand that there's a difference between volume and value. Volume is when you talk about number of guests. You heard today, oh, wonderful, there's so many numbers, it's better than 2019, all that. That's brilliant. And then you have the value and the channels and all those products where you have a set number, not very high, and they want to provide the personal and the health value. You can't really mix the two. Either you do value and improve and focused, or volume when you make some small changes. So what people buy and what they actually pay for. It's not semantics. You buy services, your bill will have rooms, F&B, services, treatments. That's what you're actually buying. But you are paying for the benefits and the values. I want to look better. I want to look younger. I want to be faster. That's what you're actually paying for, but it's not what you buy. I know it's an English semantics, but it's a massive difference. When you're pushing services, you want people to buy them, but people don't want to pay for them. You know the difference? Or is it too late for a Wednesday afternoon discussion? I don't think it is, because that's what we should be talking about. All right, I think it's absolutely essential that every destination, including Andorra, you're ready to understand that we have different engagement options in my health-improving services. Just a taster, just some fun, someone who is occasional guest, someone who is a dedicated, and someone who is fully committed. Obviously, Iconic will be the fully committed people. But we also have services for those who are accidental. I will give you a couple of examples. And this is the idea. Again, it's a photo option for everyone. You have either number of guests or spending or value per guest. Make a choice. Don't assume that you can mix them. They're totally different behavior, understanding, of readiness, interest. Neither of them is good or bad, it's just factual. Either this or that. And of course, you need to develop your product accordingly. I think in health, we need to talk about health equity, that we are enabling our guests to have the best optimal health they could have. So not offering everybody the same treatment as what hyper-personalization would be. You see the different shoes? That's equity. So everybody is the same eye height, because already height differences create hierarchy of how you relate to everybody else. So understand what equity is. All right, talking about young generation, they want to feel good, not to look good. It's a massive difference. Are you offering the necessary services or benefits that they can feel better in one way or another? And I personally don't believe in trends, because what's relevant in Andalusia, definitely not relevant in Basque Country. Or what's relevant in Bretagne may not be relevant in Vorarlberg, right? I think it's factual, am I right? So if, oh, there's the next global 10 things, don't even read it, because it's made up. I know exactly how they go. Be careful about your market and segment, because it could be a totally relevant interest in your segment, in your market. Any French speakers? Caroline? Yeah? Déjà vu and jamais vu? You know the difference? Déjà vu is what happens in wellness tourism most of the time. Yes, I've seen it before, just a different location. Whereas we need to create a jamais vu, which is, oh, what's this? Give me a story. What's happening now? So that's the totally different approach there. Have you ever done yoga with lemurs? Anyone? You can do it with goats, puppies, whatever it is. It's fun. At the same time doing some yoga activity. Of course, the hardcore yogic people will not do it. Slow awareness, anybody? It's called nature cinema. It's psychology. You need to sit, you need to engage, you need to look, you need to value. It's interpretation. No one calls it wellness, but we know how it works because what the result is. Wild swimming, anyone? The latest craze? Wild swimming, imagine that. It's basically swimming in lakes and rivers and the sea. Is it new? No. But the urban population, it sounds weird. Don't do wild skiing, obviously, am I right? That you don't, are not advocated. Wild sitting, that's my favorite. Wild sitting, as in sitting in nature? You might say it's just marketing. Yes, partially it is, but certainly has an impact on that. Think of tech-free destinations. Think of giving something covering your mobile phone. Yes, people will take it off. But you're instantly creating an engagement and involvement. Being idle and do absolutely nothing. Do you have signs in Andorra like that? Anyone? Do you? Do nothing. When was the last time yet you did nothing? I mean, literally nothing. Do you remember? I doubt it. And we need to learn that. Again, healing landscapes in hospitals. We have health destination Andorra. Do you have healing landscapes in hospitals? This is the location to do it. You need to create them. You know, it doesn't happen by accident. And land art yoga, does it look good? Don't imagine the added layers to it, just because of the land art. All right, I think as summarizing, make a decision, are you going to do micro-experiences, as in the 84,800 can also benefit from it, or you want to do the flagships, or you want to do the but let's say healthization or healthified services all across F&B, rooms, leisure, entertainment, and everything. Which one of that you're going to do? We have brilliant flagships, channels, and all those places, brilliant, but I'm potentially more interested in the rest because I'm interested in the 84,800 as well. As a destination, that's for you, as a destination, this is your job. To coordinate all of that. I'm not going to go through, we don't have the time, but this is the engagement, we need to create those, of how many tasks and opportunities you have to create a well-being landscape as a destination-wise. And really, summarizing it up, you can choose to be a pearl shell, as in you look good, but you're actually empty. No one talks about pearls, it's just a shell. This is the vast majority of hotels. They look fabulous, but there's not much really in them. And also you look at the various other aspects to it. And since my minutes are over in a minute, this is typical, and if you want to make a photo, make that. Anytime you want to invest, make sure you don't make that mistake. Underestimating the TREFPA, contributing to the total spending, and in the end, underperforming in terms of guest well-being. Make sure that you go through and you optimize accordingly. Why? Because we would like to have an anti-age Rittersport, but it doesn't exist. Does it exist in Channel? I don't think so. No? We need, oh, come on now. Seriously, with some leaves and rabbit food. We need to talk about the anti-age Rittersport, all right? With Channel. Why? Because sometimes it's enough just to have a little writing on the wall. Don't show the mirrors. Thank you. As a bottom line, as another topic to make the necessary photos of, do your homework, know your assets, develop the values, and do it according to various segments. Don't just do a potpourri of services. In health tourism, especially the medical side, people travel for success rates. Don't care about price. Success rate, show me, evidence. 82%? Okay, 95% I'm coming. How much is it? I don't care. Success rate, not prices. And of course, in the wellness side, it's a little bit different of that. And also, don't forget the 84,800 people. Gracias. It's yours.
Bé, bona tarda a tots.
Good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much for inviting me along. We want to also do the presentation in Catalan. I was told is one of the few people that's local from Andorra. Our language is Catalan, so I'm talking about what Andorra Health Destination actually means. You may have heard of it, but you might not know what we do, how we do it, and how we are organized. Let me start off then with what we're going to be covering. We're going to be talking about Andorra Health Destination. We'll be watching a video about the birth of our organization. Then we'll be looking at the members of the movement. Then we'll be looking at trends in health tourism applied to Andorra, trends and preferences of health tourists visiting Andorra. We're just starting out. Our association is very young, and that's why we're here, to try and establish a starting point. Then we will present our small products and ask for some feedback as to how we can improve our offering. You can hear everything okay? Can you not hear can you hear the translation? Everything is good? Can we just make sure that, I think you have to press the button. So testing, can you give a sign if you can hear the English translation? Is that okay now, sir? Okay, it won't be very good if you can't understand. Can you hear? Can you hear the English translation coming through? That should be on channel 3. Is that okay now? Good. So as I was saying, Judith mentioned this at the start of the previous panel. We received 8 million visitors per year in Andorra, and 34% of the visitors come for wellness reasons. They're coming to Andorra for health and wellness reasons. And that means, and we've been analyzing when Andorra Health Destination was born. Before the pandemic, people were staying an average of 3 days. And we said, how can we get people to stay longer for health reasons? In Andorra Business, they created this Andorra Health Destination. It's a public-private partnership, a PPP, with 18 members at present. And we hope to grow and to increase our offering as time goes by. Right now, what I'd like to do is to give you a little bit of an outline of what this is, what our association is. So that's it. That's a summary of what we've been talking about all day. I know these areas they keep coming up, reconnecting to the environment, the experiences of the health and well-being aspects. And I think we've got enormous possibilities to grow and to diversify the economy of Andorra. As we were saying before, there are 18 centres which are the members of AHD. There's the health part, and there's the wellness, the thermal wellness part, to organize our members in terms of what they offer. The health side of things, when people know about Andorra Health Destination, they say, well, what kind of health product are you actually offering? A lot of people think maybe we're not doing anything very innovative, but among our members, we've got oncological surgery, regenerative aesthetics, dermatologists, regenerative medical solutions, all of these different areas which help to complement. And of course, the thermal waters, the spas, so this is constantly developing with all of these different spa treatments and treatments that can help to connect to this. As we said before, this is something that we wanted to scale up. There's a steady growth of health tourism in Andorra. We want to improve things. We're just starting out. This is basically the start of our lives here as an organization. So I've asked around, I said to people, what are the trends? What are health tourists looking for when they go out into the world? People have said basically avant-garde or cutting-edge health treatments, medical centers, cutting-edge medical centers, and also services that are focusing on mental health as well as physical health. We have a lot of couple connection programs, psychology programs, and of course connecting to nature, meditation, a lot of telemedicine, which also links up to what we said before. So what are we seeing? We're seeing that there is a lot of interest by a lot of health professionals to come and set up in Andorra, open new centers. And this is part of the Andorran government strategy. That's what we're so excited about. The government is working within the Ministry of Health. There is a strategic sector which is biotech and biomedicine. And this means that we need the government to continue betting on this particular aspect and investing and supporting this. And they have been doing that since day one. We complement that with a wide and diverse hotel offer adapted to all targets and wellness activities, thermal waters, and so on. Now, if we look at the trends and preferences of health tourists visiting Andorra, we see that they want value added or customizable bespoke experiences that combine the experience of the country and nature and mountains with something else. So that gives us a chance to add on these products to have a unique product in the middle of the Pyrenees. And I think it would not be wise to end my presentation without looking at the future challenges ahead. It's very important, as we said before, Andorra is investing in medical research, strong commitment to biomedical research. The ministry, which will soon become the tourism focus ministry, where there's a lot of interest. We have a real substrate, but we have to grow. We have to continue to commit to health and well-being. And I'm saying that because personalized medicine, as we've been hearing about earlier on in the day, is a reflection of health tourism. Biomedical research, there's a strong commitment to that. We can really put Andorra on the map to make that a cutting-edge benchmark sector. This is not a sort of mass tourism sector. It's a bit of a niche. And it's something that people might want to do all year round. So we're also ticking that box of moving away from high visits in the snow period and then the low season issue. So we can have this as something which will be constant throughout the year, while of course not ignoring the snow tourism. Then, this is a very tiny country, but that gives us the chance to try things out, to test things out and see how people respond. It gives us the chance to bring things in from EU rules. We can do clinical tests, for example. We can bring these in because we have one of the best health systems in the world, and we need to make the most of that. So we need to stay competitive, and to stay competitive, we need to keep committing, we need to keep investing and betting on these. And finally, let me say we must really make an effort to constantly improve our offering. We're just starting out. We only started out 3.5 years ago in the midst of the pandemic. But now we have all of these great partners that can help us to understand the background, help us to build on what we've already laid. Let me see how we structure our offering to the health tourists, which is very well divided into the health services and the wellness and thermal part, the volume, the differentiated value proposal, so that people can come and enjoy different complementary treatments. Another thing we want to give as an example is that one of the packages that health tourists can find when they come to Andorra as a health destination. Integrative checkup and treatment, so a sort of top-to-bottom approach. Then, of course, as we say, thermal reconnecting to Andorra, reconnecting to nature, mindfulness, making the most of all of these great experiences with all this thermal waters we have, and of course not giving up on a very clinical and medical part, which thanks to centres like Iconic can attract people, because we weren't a benchmark for this until recently. So pain treatment for athletes and so on. And I think this is a decisive moment. We need to keep working so we can really build up on our health tourism. And that's all from me.
Ahora sí, ¿no?
I hope you got all the words, you got all the translation. I was asked to do that in Catalan because it's the official language of our country, so I was a bit worried that the words weren't getting through.
M'agradaria, primer de tot...
I'd like to ask you, sorry, first of all, no, I can understand you, but you can't understand me without translation, so I'd like us to talk about your experience in the years that you've been working in health tourism. I'm sorry to focus this so much on Andorra, but that's the point of this here. How do you think that we can improve our offering of everything that you've seen that we do in Andorra in the light of your own experience? Laszlo, I'd like to hear from you.
I'm not speaking Catalan, I'm sorry. But, you know, you might say nothing or everything, which is the very Dodonic, you know, like kind of like a Greek god. The situation, what do you want to have? You want to create the flagships, and even if it's a small volume, but the value creation is going to be extensive and carries all through every service you do, or you want to have the volume, or you want to be somewhere halfway between those two. It really depends on what you want to achieve. In this business, you can sell literally anything, as long as then you have some evidence, and Chilla is here from ESPA somewhere. As long as there is evidence, there is data, there is success rates, there is information about how it works and what it does. And you have the very high end, which is, you can sell everything at a very high end, 24-karat gold treatments just to look more beautiful, apparently, down to very simple and basic walking barefoot on the side of the mountain to earthing. You know, but you wouldn't call it as wellness. I think what I advise to everyone, including you too, don't get stuck on terminologies. First of all, terminologies you cannot necessarily translate well. You know, what is BNS Star may not translate that well to Wohlfühlen, which is German, or whatever it is in bien-être, if it's in French. It may be totally different meaning. Certain languages don't even have the difference between wellness and well-being, so forget that. Think of whatever your offering does. I think what's really important is for all of you to have the product knowledge and the trigger knowledge. Triggers are those things that people eventually will respond to. They're not necessarily aware of it, but that's how they respond to. And this is how they buy certain services in the end. So understand the products, what the products can do, and then potentially you can use the term wellness if you want to, or health, or sometimes it's just heritage, sometimes tradition, sometimes lifestyle, depends. But make sure that you understand what hugging trees means in terms of energy, in terms of connection, and then you may want to call it wellness. So going back to the original question, you might be doing the best thing you can do already, or you might say that that's a good learning curve. We might need to go to that direction because I also want to have some other kind of demand. So it really depends on what your dreams or objectives are. You might say that I want to have more spending from existing markets. I don't want more guests. I want to have those guests either stay longer or spend more, or both. Well, how can I do it? Then you create rituals that they can engage themselves in terms of, I don't know, something stupid like a mountain goat ritual. Why not? And then you have a lovely story of it which goes back 427 years to someone's grandmother who created that goat thing. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. But you can, as long as you dig, and that's called well-being archaeology, you go back God knows how many years, and you look for traces. When we heard, I think, Carlos, that we should expand the meaning or the definition of wellness, I am totally opposing that. I think we should decrease, because anything and everything you do, now you are in your mindset that, yes, all right, they're already running 2 minutes over time, so hopefully they finish soon, and then we can go home and get ready for dinner. That thought contributes to your well-being. Your being here contributes to your well-being professionally, or you learn something, or the lunch, or the dinner, or the snow. Everything contributes to your well-being one way or another. So having more things in wellness, that means everything is wellness. And that loses meaning altogether. So I definitely not suggest that, because that's just a word without meaning. Really think of what you want your guests to understand, story-wise, benefit-wise, and potentially call it wellness if you want to, or health, or well-being, I don't care. But you should know what you're doing and why you're doing it, and how that works in your guests. Long answer, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No. It's perfect.
Perfect. What you're talking about here, very interesting, by the way. It's clear that our special situation is that we in Andorra, a very small country, but we offer nature and other things. We have diverse varieties which make us different from other countries. Do you believe that Andorra, from your point of view, from your experience, would, I know it's difficult to answer this question, but do you believe that Andorra would need to commit more to a specialized health sector where you could, or should we continue to apply the model which you can find elsewhere in many other places, which the experience looking at, for example, nature and trying to connect with nature? So these can be combined, of course, and you were talking about this before. But where should we go? If you had a magic wand, which way would you suggest that Andorra goes? I believe that we have the opportunity to choose the way we go forward. What do you think?
Basically, you repeated your question. Nice try. Look, you already have established the sports medicine, the training camps, the various specialty areas. You have the hot springs, obviously, you have nature. You could add witchcraft if you wanted, why not? But I would certainly keep to what already have done, and to provide the evidence and the data so it's convincing. It's not just a marketing, a communication cliche, but you can tell me why going to Caldea, for example, is different than going to Terme, whatever it is in Austria. Tell me the reason. It has pools, yes. It has sauna, yes. It has indoor, outdoor, yes. So, convince me. not me, in anyone. And it's the same as with the others. Seriously, I wasn't joking. If you can tell that in Iconic, spending there 2 weeks or 1 week will improve your, let's say, oxygen capacity by 20% for sure, like 95% of the guests would have increased oxygen capacity, absorbent capacity, people will queue. Give the evidence, give what it does, not what it is, because people don't know, except the very, very highly specialized market, they would know. And of course, most of the time, don't forget, in Iconic, not the people who come decide to come. Someone else decides for them, okay? Because you need to convince those to bring their sports persons here. So you're talking to different people, you're talking to a middleman, not to the actual consumer. So as long as you are systematic and you don't jump on cliches, whatever GWI is suggesting or whatever else is suggesting, read it, take it with a pinch of salt, and then translate it to yourself. I mean, I absolutely mean it. That it has a value added. It's not in a cliche way value added, but you can stand that should you do this and this for this long will have the impact of this and this by, let's say, for majority of the guests. As long as you have the evidence, you can double your prices because people are eager. And when you look at the latest Generation Z data, they suggest, give me the reason and give me the exact impact. Forget the blah, blah, PR, I don't care. What exactly is going to happen to me and why is this good for me? Forget the cliches and the black stones on the back and all of that. Don't care.
Okay, it seems to me that we are coming to the end of our time as Laszlo. I know it's very difficult. Which way are we going? Where do you believe that well-being tourism or health tourism is going? Which way is it going? Health? Over the next 5 years, of all the trends we've talked about today, do you believe that will these trends be successful in the future? I know, of course, it depends on the sector and countries, and we have to work on communication a great deal. I know that, to attract people and to try to come up with the best formulas in order to bring in tourists. But would you say that this is clear, we're going this way very clear, or we're going that way very clearly? What would you say?
You know, if you're in healthcare in any way or form, that participatory health, which is a terminology, not integrative because the solution-wise, that participatory health, as in customers/patients are more involved and proactive in terms of looking for solutions and looking for even treatment. That's certainly something that we can expect, that they will already come to you and say, well, can you please suggest to go which of the 2 places would be best for me, because I did the homework. And of course, the medical specialist will be very annoyed, saying that, sorry, I am the specialist. Dr. Google may not give you the best answers. But anyway, that's what you need to get ready to. So they will Google it and AI, whatever that is. As long as whatever you are suggesting in medical tourism, if you can promise good results, you can sell anything. If you can promise it, not by anecdotal evidence, but actual evidence. Wellness is a little bit different. You can sell the most stupid thing ever. Let's say mountain goat yoga, why are you hugging trees at the same time? Yes, they will have guests coming because they're just interested. Of course, you have the very, very sophisticated, very focused, committed, who just want to go to vegan yoga retreats. So anything flies, but the more sophisticated you are, the less number of guests you can expect. That's absolutely certain. You might have 1 or 2 patients in... Yes, I understand the message. I need to close. You might have only 2 patients coming for a certain treatment, but probably that will provide 30% of your treatment volume in value in a year, because it's such complicated procedures those guys, two patients have, and they will be your ambassadors for the rest of the treatments. So again, whatever you want to achieve, but do it very systematically. Don't think, oh, well, throwing in some Thai massage, throwing in some Ayurveda, a little bit of TCM, just why not? And also, that's a potpourri. Don't do potpourri, please. And what Vanessa said, do your homework. We had this discussion during lunch. Put your time and money into product development and value development. I think our colleagues from Cheno would confirm that. And then put your money into concrete and to technology. Because you will find a technology that supports your concept or your protocol. But put your money and time into that and develop your approach to health. And then not like build a building and then find some treatments and find some equipment that would fit in that space that the architect created. Do it the other way around. Do the concept development first and spend time there.
Molt bé.
Okay, so thank you very much indeed. Now we've already exceeded our allotted time, it seems to me, that we will now bring this panel discussion to an end. Thank you very much indeed, Laszlo.
Doncs moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much to both of you indeed for your presentations. And no, with this conversation, this very interesting presentation by two guests, we bring this first day to an end. So now you're free, the time is yours. So I'd like to remind you that tomorrow, please be here at 9:30 on the dot. We should be talking about things like premium tourism, new tourist products, and the trends which we're talking about, sustainability in mountain tourism, as well as the use of new technologies in order to improve the offerings which we have in our different countries. This is the UN Tourism Organization, as well as the Encamp municipality, which is hosting this event as well in the Ministry of Tourism, Andorra. So we wish you a very pleasant evening. Enjoy our country and see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 prompt. Thank you very much.